upside down. You all right? Okay. Look, they put me down.
Hello?
Where am I supposed to sit? Here or here?
I just want to mention that the people that are here are students. Not true, it's correct. Holland is here.
Hey, how you doing?
Start out with you start out with the script. Well, what you'd like to say. Consolidate.
Morning, John. Good. We're going to start this committee meeting. This is the 8G public hearing meeting. Let the record show Ms. Beebe, John, Superintendent, myself, staff members, John Garvey. Okay, this is a public hearing for the purpose of getting input for the 8G Planning Committee for the Advisory Council that will begin. This is for the year 2013-14, the next fiscal year, not this fiscal year that we're going into. The input will be considered by the 8G Advisory Council between October and January, and then recommendations will be made back to BESE for approval of the 8G budget for the 2013-14 year, and by law it must be presented to the legislative 60 days prior to the legislative session. So anyone in the audience that would like to make comments or give input, we would ask that you fill out a card and we'll receive that input at this time. Cards are right down here on the front table. Let the record also show Ms. Holly is here. Holly Buffy. Hey, and Jay. Y'all all right? Is there anyone that wants to address the committee? Pardon me? Well, he's not indicating he does. Do you want to address the committee? Come on. Mister? Shh. Do you want to address the committee? Pardon me?
No.
Anyone else? Looks like there's nobody that wants to address. If there's not anybody that wants to address, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Going once, going twice, the public hearing is closed, and that completes the work of this committee.
Good job. Good job.
And I'm expecting every committee to go the same way.
Academic and goals instruction, 9-8.
Best thing I've ever heard of. But it really worked.
Also, we know it's clear you to run every meeting. Good to see that, hey, John. Morning, how you doing?
I had all kind of questions.
Will you chair?
I didn't know that. I'm still going to. I thought you were.
Push President
Just.
I'd like to call to order the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee meeting. May I have a roll call?
Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett? Here. Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bopey?
Here.
Ms. Bopey is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Dastuke? Ms. Dastuke is present. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Here.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange-Jones? Ms. Orange-Jones is absent. Mr. Knocklin?
Oh, I'm sorry. Present. I didn't have
Mr.
to.
Knocklin is present.
Let's begin with the first item on the agenda. Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and pulling item 2.3. May I have
So moved. To approve the agenda as amended.
May I have a second?
Second.
Motion carries. Is anyone opposed? All right, motion carries. Next item.
Okay. Your first item is item 2.3, consideration of approval of non-public school academic classifications. It's on page 10. The department recommendation is to approve.
Madam Chairman.
Move to approve.
No, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, may I? Thank you. This is an item that I think this is a good time, a good point in the approval process for us to take a step back on these new schools and to look at a little deeper, maybe and a little differently around the non-public approval process. So I'd like to make a motion, if it's okay
Yes.
with the board. I move that we approve the 2012-2013 non-public school academic classifications for schools that had previously approved, but that we defer action on the 6 new approvals until an updated non-public school approval process is approved. In addition, I move that we direct the department to work closely with all the non-public schools, including the 6 that are pending approval, to ensure that recommendations for classifications under the new process can be submitted in the spring. Board members, I believe that this would not impede the eligibility of these 6 schools, because obviously they would not be able to participate in the scholarship program for the 2012-13 year. That process has occurred. This would allow us at this point in time to review how we approve non-public schools, and then this motion also allows for those 6 schools to be eligible for the same time period that they would previously have been eligible for, and that's 13-14. And I'd like the superintendent to maybe weigh in if there's a second to my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Superintendent White, would you like to speak to this issue? Mr. Bennett? Yes.
In your motion, are you talking about a new approval process for new schools, or do existing schools going to be under this new process also?
My understanding is that the schools that are up for the reapproval would basically fall under this new approval process for the next year.
new schools.
So this would capture all schools.
Well,
And within a new process that the department will bring forward in October, that the board will debate and deliberate and decide on, and that we will begin the process of adopting as rule. And for the next approval process, that these schools would all have to go into this process.
I think probably Ms. Bradford and I probably have a more thorough knowledge of
Okay.
that process than anyone, since we are part of that process, or we have been part of that process, right, Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
It's a pretty thorough, the annual school report, which we have to do, obviously annually, is a very thorough model, and we have to keep all the records. So I would like somehow for the non-public school council to be involved in this process also, to make sure that that happens, that they are part of what's going on and how this transpires.
I
Madam
think,
Chair.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Madam Chair.
Also,
Ms. Bradford?
Since October is our annual report date and deadline, we need to be sure we've communicated with our non-public schools, maybe when the approval letters go out for the current, that there is a new process and that would be delayed or changed or proceed or whatever, just to avoid confusion.
Madam Chair, before can you hear me? Okay. I just have several questions. I just want to make sure I understand clearly what Mr. Bennett was speaking of and what Ms. Dasty just said. So all of the previous non-public schools that have already been approved come October 1st, that they will have to go under this new approval guideline? I just want to make sure
No.
If I could just speak, because we've been
But
wanting-
my quick answer is no, but I defer to the superintendent.
Okay.
I think that what, excuse my voice, what Ms. Dastuk has proposed is that, given the fact that the department has indicated publicly and to the board that we are going to bring a proposal for a new annual review process of non-public schools. That would, of course, differentiate between currently existing non-public schools and potential non-public schools. But because we're going to bring that to the board in October, rather than approving this slate of 6 new non-public schools, we would defer that decision. That would not have an impact on their ability to participate in the scholarship program. None of them are participating in that program now, obviously. And instead would allow us just to take a pause and redo that process, as we've said we were going to anyways. Which, thus, I would indicate the department feels like the substitute motion is in line with what the department plans to propose.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. So there's no impact on the scholarship program as is if we were to approve this motion as made by Ms. Dastuk. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's no impact as is, because if we were to approve the change process, then the department would begin the review. Remember, the schools, like Mr. Bennett mentioned, begin this annual review process in October. That's when but I'm saying it's an annual process. It goes for a year long. They have been submitting this paperwork for 10 months. And thus, if you approve a new process submitted by the department for your consideration in October, we would then start that process. So it could have some effect. I don't want to say that it wouldn't. Maybe there'd be some element of that review process that would make a school ineligible to participate. The point is, we haven't submitted to you yet that proposed new process. Thus, you knowing that we're going to submit a proposal for a new process, rather than approving new schools under the old process, why not just wait until we have a new process and then approve any new schools under that process?
Do any other board members have comments?
I need one piece of clarification. Previously, the department requested to approve the 11-12 non-public school annual report. Do you still need that approval to approve the report, the 11-12 report?
I can include that in my motion.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll amend, if board members are receptive, I'll amend my motion to also approve the non-public annual school reports submitted for the 2011-2012 reporting period. That's just technical. It gets captured in the exec rec.
Thank you. Mr. Romer?
What impact is for these schools this year? I mean, is there an impact for them this year? The ones that were going to be approved? I may have stepped out. I did step out. I apologize if somebody asked the question already. For the six schools that apparently were up for approval, but now we're suggesting delay given the process you'd like to do, what is the impact on them for this academic year?
There is not an impact for them for this academic school year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
That helped clarify, but I need to get a little more clarification. The ones that I'm assuming have been approved up to this point for the 12-13 year, that will continue.
Yes, sir.
the 6 that were recommended, were they recommended for the 12-13 year or for the 13-14 year?
They were recommended for approval immediately for the 12-13 year, but given the department's commitment to revising the process, we agree with the substitute motion not to have a decision on them one way or the other.
So they would not be approved for the 12-13 year. They would be considered for the 13-14 year.
Or partially through the 12-13 year, yes.
Is that indicating they could start during the school year?
I don't know what it would mean to start during the school year. I don't think you'd receive any benefits like being in the scholarship program, but I think that the board would be able to decide on their approval at some point during the school year. Obviously, it's more helpful from a school's perspective to be approved before the school year, but they could be approved during the middle of the year because we would be designing this process.
But I'm assuming if they got approved in the middle of the year, it would be for the coming year.
However, the board approves schools on a rolling basis, so they'd be able to approve it during the middle of the year as well.
As a clarification, this would not prevent these 6 schools from participating in the scholarship program for the 13-14 year if they make, if they adhere to and meet the eligibility requirements as determined by the new process. And board members, this basically triggers a recommendation for a new process in October that the board will make the ultimate decision and deliberate on in October. So this is just, I think, this is just the beginning of the conversation of a new process, and we'll have the recommendation from the department in October.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Hill?
Superintendent White can address this, or maybe someone from the staff. So these schools that submitted for approval, they met all the requirements based on the old guidelines, correct or incorrect?
Well, that's the board's decision, but it was our belief that they met the criteria under the old system. That's correct.
Okay, so however, if we defer this and we wait for the new process, it's not guaranteed that these schools will make the cut for the new eligibility process.
Correct.
Okay. So
it's not guaranteed for any of the current schools either.
Okay, so my question is, why are we deferring this item when we have given them information to meet these requirements? I've given you this information. These are the requirements that you need to meet by this deadline. They submitted what they needed to submit in a timely manner. So why are we deferring it until the new process? Why, once the new process comes up, any new schools that's coming should go under that new process?
Because the conditions have changed such that this process has now greater implications. Thus, the department has said we're going to take a look at this process, and it would seem, frankly, just sort of foolish to say we're going to revise a process for 2 months from now, but at the same time we're going to use the old process to make a decision now, all the while knowing that the process is under revision. Why not just wait for a couple of months until we get the process that we think is exactly the right process, and then go ahead from there?
However, they still will be able to participate in the scholarship program in the 2012-2013 school year.
No, they will not be able to participate in that program.
They have to wait till the following year.
Yes. Yeah.
Do any of the other board members have any questions or comments about this motion before I take public comment?
I want to clarify one more time if I may.
Yes, Mr. Romer?
I know I'm hard-headed, but I got to make sure. I haven't had enough coffee yet. I want to be certain that this does not impact, and I know you're going to say the same thing, I want to hear you say it again, does not have an academic impact on these schools for this school year. Is that correct?
Why don't I ask Ms. Bendalee to come up and she can explain this. I mean, let me just, before she frames it, the question is, are they able to receive the benefits of being an approved non-public school this year, such as around supports on special ed, around textbooks and so on? And the answer is yes to that. Thus, there won't be an academic detriment to them. But Erin, maybe we can detail that.
Right, and I think we would be able to structure this, and I think the timeline would allow us to come back with a proposal for a new process in October, have that go through the notice of intent process, become rule early spring, and still give us time to receive these applications and any new schools that would be approved under that process to, that meet the requirements of the new process to get that approval in time to allow them to receive their textbook money, their required services money, and if they have a senior class, to also issue a state diploma. But that would be something unique to these 6 that would apply, in addition to any other new schools that would apply under a new process. But it would not affect, but that's really just the non-public approval process. For those that are participating in the scholarship program currently for the 12-13 school year, it would not affect their participation.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the impact on the scholarship program. We know those rules are being better defined. My question simply is, if there are schools that are going to have kids in classrooms this year, what impact does this decision to not approve them have, if any?
They would still be able to apply under the new process for consideration for approval for the 12-13 school year. That approval would just not come this fall. It would come sometime early spring. But it could still be effective for the 12-13 school year.
Meaning that the funds, special ed supports and so on that they get through being an approved non-public school, they could still get for this school year.
Right.
Will it, if I'm a principal and I'm sitting there saying, is it a done deal in August or is it a done deal later in the year? Of course I would prefer August. But we're not going forward with this saying that they won't be able to be approved during this school year.
I don't have an issue with us reviewing the rules. I just want to make certain that we're not having an impact on these schools currently. They're teaching kids in a negative way. And maybe we're not. I'm just not certain.
Well, it's fair to say that the funds for which they would be eligible for, they may apply for, it just won't be now.
If the funds they were eligible for, that they could apply for if approved, do they have to wait then until they're approved before they get those funds?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to give them probationary approval for 1 year, giving them notice that in fact it's a 1-year approval, and that for these 6 schools they will be under review again under the new process?
Ms. Dastu, did you have
I
a
just
comment?
would like, Aaron, probationary status, as I understand it, and I think this is an important, I'm glad you brought this point up. Probationary status, if you look at the non-public school academic classifications, doesn't really have any impact on a school. A school can be in probationary status based on the definitions that we currently have for 2 years without any type of impact. So I think using the term probationarily approved puts them in a different category than what we need to do. Mr. Romer, I really appreciate your concern, but there's a point in time where it's clear that the non-public approval process is being used for something much broader and bigger than previously, and I think that it is absolutely, there's some point in time that you have to, and we discussed this over the building of the bulletin for the scholarship program, and frankly, that's the eligibility for the scholarship program. So I think it calls for a new process because it's being used for a very different purpose. To me, the question's been answered not once, but maybe 3 times, that these schools are going to be eligible for, if they meet the process, which they should meet the process, they'll be eligible for any textbook or special ed services that they would normally get. They're not going to be deprived of that in the 2012-13 year.
I understand that, but am I recognized? I don't want to be out of order.
You may speak, Mr. Romer.
But nonetheless, I don't disagree that this process is changing, and therefore it's a little bit tenuous to go ahead and approve someone knowing the process is likely to change in 60 days. Nonetheless, school year started. And to give them a status of, to me, it seems more appropriate to say, you're temporarily approved for 1 year until you go through the new review process. So they may only be eligible for 1 year, but nonetheless, their school year has begun. They have students. What if they have at-risk students? What if they have special needs students? And they're counting on this approval to get the aid. It seems to me we're doing a disservice not to the school, but to those kids. So I would suggest that instead we approve all the ones that have been previously approved, and we give these 6 notice that they're approved only for a single year, and they will be subject to the new review process when complete for the 2013-2014 year.
Are you making a motion?
No, because I think the motion that's on the floor right now is a substitute motion, which I would need to dispense with before I do. But I want to hear anybody else's comment.
Why don't we hear public comment? We have a card from James Duggan. Right here, sir. And if you'll check and make sure the mic's on for us. I have that you wanted to speak to item 2.3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can't.
Yes? You can hear me? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for a moment to speak about the approval process for public schools under the voucher program, private schools, sorry, under the voucher program. I and many people have concern about the quality of the education that the state is funding. In some cases, it seems the state is now spending tax dollars to send youngsters to schools that teach counter-scientific and counter-historical nonsense and are subordinating their entire curriculum to religious objectives. I say this because I recently reviewed some of the textbooks published specifically for Christian schools. Some of these textbooks do much worse than include creationism. They present evolution as a competing theory, but describe it in a straw man version, something invented by creationists that bears little resemblance to the scientific theory. They state that believing in evolution is what Satan wants. They state that any scientific theory or fact that contradicts the Bible must be wrong, because the Bible is always right. They explicitly claim that science cannot produce truth. All of this in textbooks that are supposed to be part of the science curriculum, not a course on religion. If the state of Louisiana insists on giving tax dollars to religious schools, it should at least ensure that the content of the education provided at those schools meets some minimum quality standards. The state should also ensure that parents and the public are fully informed as to the educational content their taxes are underwriting and their children are being subjected to. I specifically request that private schools be required to file standardized forms declaring exactly what textbooks they're using for which grades and which subjects, fully identifying the books that they're using, and that BESE maintain those forms open, online, electronically, on the website for inspection by the public. That at a minimum. I think the implication of this, though, is that BESE also has to vet some of these textbooks, and that using some of these books that are of very, very poor quality should be grounds for barring some of these schools from receiving public money. I point out that none of this restricts, none of what I'm proposing here restricts what any private school can teach or what textbooks they can use. Private schools that are privately funded. All I'm talking about is restricting how the state spends tax dollars. Thank you so much for an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, before you leave.
Yes, Mr. Garvey?
You said that the schools are teaching evolution, but in a straw man
That's correct,
fashion.
sir.
Could you give me some examples of how they're teaching evolution in a straw man fashion?
It's a straw man version of the scientific theory of evolution, for example, to say that evolution is about how atoms and molecules become solar systems and galaxies. That's not the theory of evolution. That's something that creationists say the theory of evolution is. But that's in some of these textbooks. It's a straw man to say that the theory of evolution requires that life forms always improve. That is not part of the theory of evolution. That's the creationist version, the straw man version of the theory of evolution. But that's what these textbooks claim and in fact use as a means of debunking the standard theory of evolution. And there are many examples of this, of how they take the standard theory, the scientific theory of evolution, but water it down deliberately to make it something that's more easily debunked, overturned. And that's in these textbooks that are published by Bob Jones University, Abeka Books. Those are the two that I've looked at so far. And that some of these schools are using. Now, I don't have exact information about which schools are using which textbooks for which grades, because that information is not being made public at this time.
So you don't know which grades those books were being used for?
I can tell you what they're intended for.
What are they intended for?
A book like this, for example, would be intended for junior high, because they often have graded texts. They'll have things like Science for Christian Schools 1 through 6, and then you start getting different topics like life sciences for Christian schools, physical sciences for Christian schools, and so those are for higher grades.
Okay. Could I meet with you after the meeting? I'd like to take a look at that book, if you don't mind.
I will be happy to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another comment card from Mary Patricia Viray. Ray.
With the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. And actually, you know, I should have kept my maiden name. It was Livin' Good. Easy to pronounce. No one ever forgets it, right? But maybe it's appropriate that I changed it now that I work as a lobbyist for the teachers, because I'm not living good anymore. But I'll be incredibly brief. I just wanted to make sure that our organization is on record that simply delaying approval of 6 schools is not an adequate remedy for the issues that exist that aren't part of this agenda item, so I won't address them. But simply delaying the approval of these 6 schools doesn't fix the myriad of problems that are going to exist for our kids as they go to school this year. Underlying that attempted Band-Aid is this idea that since we're going to fix it later, it's okay to leave it broken now. And I believe the whole premise of education reform this year was that our kids simply couldn't wait. And so all of a sudden we're backtracking on that premise that we rushed all of this stuff through the legislature based upon. And no longer is it they can't wait, it's they have to. They're going to have to wait because we won't make a decision to do what's right for them now. The liability of treating different schools differently under the same rules, I would assume, is going to be huge, to not allow certain schools to take public funds this year while others that are already failing in math, reading, and science, failing students. It sets the tone that all of a sudden discriminating against some of these schools that are poor schools is okay, while allowing others to take hundreds of thousands of dollars away from other public schools is all right. I don't think that's the message this board intends to send, but you should know that perception is reality, and that is what people see. I'd also like to point out as a last point that the rules that this board promulgates have the force and effect of law. So the current approval process for non-public schools currently has the force and effect of law. Now, this board has lots of administrative authority to hedge their bets and change the rules in the middle of the game, and while I may have a problem with that, I want you to note that I'm here speaking on behalf of some of these voucher schools who simply don't deserve different treatment under the same standard, which has the force and effect of law. They all deserve the same equal treatment from this board. I don't think the treatment that they're getting guarantees a high-quality education for our children, but I certainly am not an advocate of punishing those who, in good faith, seek to take public funds from other public schools if they think it's legal. While our children watch this board change the rules in the middle of the game, they are learning by example. So please be careful what example you set. Please be careful what standards you set for their education, and know that making excuses about fixing it later wasn't good enough 3 months ago, but all of a sudden it is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Bopey?
Yes, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on this assumption, or this, it's a comment, that we should wait until we get this system perfect before we implement it. And I'd like to point out that if we always waited until we had a system perfect before we implemented it, we would have to shut down half of the public schools in the state right now because they are not perfect. And I don't think I don't think anybody would argue that that would be the right thing to do. So I don't know why we would try to apply that rule only to vouchers when we don't apply it to public schools.
I'd like to make a comment as well.
Okay, Mr. Romer, are there any other board members that would like to make comments before Ms. Dastu closes on this item? Okay, Mr. Romer?
It's always the middle of the game. I mean, it's an ongoing process of educating our kids. It is always the middle of the game. Unless somebody can prove to me we've won the game, it's always the middle of the game. So we're going to be making changes always in the middle of the game. Thank you.
If I may just close on the motion, and board members, if I've made my case, support it. If not, go in a different direction. I certainly respect that. I'd like to note a couple of things, is that this motion affects 6 schools, and I'd like to note that these 6 schools that are up for approval, they're new startup schools. They were not registered as not seeking approval last year, which means these schools, it could be assumed that these schools are looking to open to be able to participate in the scholarship program. So these are not existing schools that will be deprived of something that they're not going to get. In fact, Ms. Bendeley has said that they will be eligible for, if they go through the process, of eligible in the 12-13 year to receive the support that the non-public schools all receive. So I'm asking that you support the process. The department is committed, the superintendent has committed that they will work with all non-public schools, the 377 pre-approved, the 6 new, and any additional to submit information for the new process. I don't think anyone would argue that we need to have a new process in place now that we are using this process for something very different and very important. And so I ask for your support. Thank you.
Ms. Bendeley, did you have a comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to provide clarification on one thing. I had a chance to speak with our finance staff, and they indicated that the required services money is really not an issue because that's based on the previous year anyway.
Okay.
So if these schools were to receive approval in the 12-13 school year, then the next year they would basically receive funds for those required services costs that they encumbered in the 12-13.
Because there's no impact on 12-13 in any way, scholarship eligibility or funding. Right. Okay, thank you.
And on issues of where they would be funded, such as textbook funding, we will work to make them part of the allocation. It will just be later in the year.
Right. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and vote on this. Is there any opposition to this motion? No.
I just want to just piggyback on what...
You can't.
We're voting now, Ms. Hill. Is there any opposition to the motion? Are you opposed, Mr. Lee?
That's all right.
He's not opposed. No opposition. Motion carries.
That was the point I was opposing.
Okay, so Ms. Hill is opposed to the motion. Motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 20. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 118, statewide assessment standards and practices to reflect new, revised, and edited policy guidelines for Louisiana's statewide assessment programs. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
So I have a motion on this item.
So moved.
Ms. Dastu makes the motion. Ms. Bradford seconds the motion. Is there a discussion on this item?
I have a question.
Okay. Mr. Romer?
And I know there's a simple answer. Again, under achievement levels, why isn't there an excellent listed?
Can you tell us what page you're on, Mr. Romer?
Page 24 of the packet, subsection 2409, A1, and it occurs throughout here. Why do we not have an excellent?
I'm on 24 and I don't see it. I thought you said 24.
Page 24 of the packet, on the right column on page 24, about 3/4 of the way down, or about halfway down, achievement levels. Basic, approaching basic, unsatisfactory, foundational, and pre-foundational. How come we don't have an excellent? or some other definition? Is it listed somewhere else, or?
Above basically means.
I think referring to this test, I believe actually that is not a level that is with respect to the LA2 assessment. In the LEAP, as you know, we do have a 5-point scale and the iLEAP system and so on, and there are sort of more aspirational language at the top 2 tiers, and the same is true in our end of course assessments, where you have kind of positive language in the top 2 tiers. I don't know if we have an immediately readily available answer as to what the history is on these particular labels on this assessment.
I would suggest we ought to consider that. I believe this has to do with the ACT. I'm going to approve the motion today, but I would, for future use, I think we ought to establish what's excellent.
Ms. Devlin, would you like to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, we'd like you to have an answer. So I believe you're actually
Just
referring...
don't make me look stupid, you know what I'm saying?
I believe you're actually referring to the achievement levels for ASA, not the ACT. If you look at Chapter 24, it's the Academic
You're right.
Skills Assessment, and that was modeled after the LA2 test. And the LA2 test does not have an excellent score. The highest is basic. So that test was actually only given once in the spring of 2012. It will not be given again.
Okay.
So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Great.
Are there any other questions about this motion? Is there any opposition to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. What's our next item?
Next item is on page 27. Item 4.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 119, Louisiana School Transportation Specifications and Procedures, to ensure that the school bus transportation programs are implemented according to state law. Department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Do I hear a motion on this item? Ms. Beebe moves. Do we have a second? Thank you, Ms. Bradford, for the second. Do we have any questions about this item, or Superintendent White, would you like to discuss it?
Board members, if I could just comment that what this bulletin does is bring our regulations into line with recently passed statutes coming out of this legislative session that changed the framework for bus operators to receive tenure.
Mr. Lee.
The third bullet.
Are we on page 28, Mr. Lee?
Page 27.
27, sorry.
Indicates that public school systems are allowed to transport students to the community and technical colleges, but it does not say if they are to be reimbursed for that transportation. I guess my question is, at whose expense?
I believe that is a matter of local decision-making, unless there is and I know of some cases in which there is a reciprocal arrangement, and I know of other cases in which there is not. But I think that is a local decision.
May I, Ms.
Yes, Ms. Beebe.
To respond to Mr. Lee's question on page 29, it says that the local school board could assess a fee to each student utilizing the transportation service, not to exceed the actual cost of providing such transportation. And I would think you could assess this.
Well, again, I think that would have to be an agreed-upon assessment, correct, Ms. Bendeley? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Ms. Bendeley?
And that's correct. The legislature didn't provide for reimbursement from the state, but did give school boards the authority to assess the fee to the rider if that's something that they chose to do.
So the student will be paying?
At the school board's option, if they wanted to charge a fee to riders, then they would have the ability to do so, but they are certainly not mandated to do so.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Is there any opposition to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
That concludes your agenda. We ask that board members stay seated to start the next meeting as soon as we change the tape.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Garvey, thank you for the second, Ms. Bradford.
Good meeting.
Meeting
Honor.
adjourned.
I'm on my way out. Thank you, Evan.
I did get through to last night in Jennings.
I had a question about mine. I thought this lady was a high school teacher.
Unless you tell me they're more than 6. Then it might be mine.
Okay, on behalf of the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe is absent. Mr. Bennett?
Here.
Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Dastig?
Here.
Ms. Dastig is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Here.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill? Ms. Hill is absent. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones is absent. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer is present.
Okay, first item, please.
First item is item 2.1, consideration of report on types 2, 4, and 5 charter contracts and requests for amendments. This is on page 1. The department recommendation is to approve, number 1, approve amendment to a charter, and number 2, approve an amendment to charter application.
Ms. Beebe?
I will summon.
School Innovation and Turnaround Committee.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion, Ms. Dasty.
I have a second. I'll make the second.
Ms. Bofi?
Motion to approve. Get it right.
Okay, Ms. Beebe?
Okay, we're on,
Page 1?
which item are we on?
Page 1?
Page 1.
Item 2.1?
Okay, 2.1. I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Under item 2, which references the Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy, there is a request to amend the charter applications, and I'm just confused. Is that normal procedure? I could appreciate having an amendment. I just find it confusing to amend an application. Is that normal procedure?
We have amended applications in the past, if that's what you mean.
Well, I mean, I haven't had that experience, and that's merely my question.
We,
Is this a normal procedure?
I would think so.
I should also ask that while it was a while ago, the board asked for this change to be made, and that this is being made in response to the board requesting it.
And I was going to say, I know it's customary to amend contracts, but was caught off board by the amendment of the application. So,
Mr. Romer?
If I may, I would just add a little color to this particular one. It's not ordinary that we amend these, but it's not out of the ordinary either. We've done this on occasion. In this particular instance, there was a issue regarding the building of a new building. And they were selling bonds in order to build this new building. And there was a covenant within the bond agreement that said it had to be a separate entity that was being funded from the original. So it was really kind of a technical issue. It's the same group, but corporately they've been separated so that the funds from the bond can flow to that specific building, because that's what the bonds are being paid for. So that's why this is happening, and it's not totally out of the ordinary that we make an amendment, but that's the reason why in this instance we actually asked for them to make this change.
So
And it was
they're
prior to
changing the name?
it was prior to your term.
Right, so they're basically changing names on the application, is that what you're telling me?
We're
Yes.
basically creating a mirror corporate entity for the bond to flow into to pay for a building. So it's really the same governance in terms of the people that are involved, but it's two different corporate entities. And at the time that we approved the charter, they did not yet have the two entities established.
And it's the department's recommendation?
It's the same board also, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more questions? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 12, item 2.2, consideration of a common charter application to be used by the local boards as required by Act 2. Recommendation is to approve.
Okay, do we have a motion to that effect? Ms. Bradford, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Brophy, do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Mr. Romer?
Walter encouraged me to talk a lot today.
Something happened.
Would this prohibit a local district from actually going beyond this application?
No, and they also can enter into agreements with the department if they chose to, for us to operate the process for them. So it essentially goes both ways. They could do more, or they could step away and just have the parallel process run by the department.
So they still have some flexibility to come back and make some suggested changes to this process. This just guarantees at the very least this process is in place. Is that correct?
Yes, and it guarees that the timeline is standardized across the state.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Is the timeline, point of clarification, the timeline, is that on page 81 under a separate item?
That's a different item.
Okay, but related?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Both of these, I should have said, are required by Act 2 of this year's legislative session, which requires that there be a common timeline and a common application process so that there are similar standards and procedures for applicants across the state. What we're seeing, board members, is a fair amount of circumstances where you have someone who applies to perhaps start a charter in East Baton Rouge Parish, then submits the exact same charter application to start a charter in Jefferson Parish so as to, potentially maximize their opportunities and so on. And what would make more sense, we think, is to have a consistent process where there's one application, saves everybody a lot of time and ensures standards, while at the same time not requiring districts to create their own process and so on. And I think this makes it easier for everybody, and this is simply an implementation of that.
Superintendent White, could you just give a brief overview of the timeline that's proposed within the application now?
I'd be happy to. I might actually have Raphael Gann come up and provide detail on the timeline itself.
That's a different item.
Fair, okay, we'll wait till the next time.
I have a question.
Ms. Hill?
On page 18, autonomy and accountability, I understand that according to this, that the school board will annually evaluate the performance of charter school against standards in the following 3 categories: school performance, fiscal management, organization performance. Is there a reason why we didn't add teacher administration performance in that accountability?
I think that our assumption is that that student performance, when you assess student performance, implicit in that is that you're assessing the degree to which the adults have created student performance. And so the quality of the student performance is tantamount to the quality of the adult performance.
I think it's also important to point out that our evaluation system that is true for teachers in a traditional public school is also true for our teachers in a charter school. And so they will be using that same evaluation system as well. So you do have teacher evaluations.
Thank you, Ms. Brophy. Ms. Hill, any more questions? Okay. No more questions on this item? Okay, hearing none, do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 81, item 3.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 126 charter schools to streamline and standardize the charter applications and evaluation process for local school boards.
Mr.
Department
Gio, I'm sorry.
recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent, and to number 2, approve the temporary 2012 one-year timeline.
Mr. Gill, you were looking for a description of the timeline?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me, Raphael, you should fill in the gaps, and I'll just detail the framework. The essential framework is not really very dissimilar from what this board has heard, for the past several years. There is a September application due date, or letter of intent. There is a October application date, and then there is a January decision date, or an end of January decision date by which boards are to render their decision. That is roughly on the same timeline as is this board's Type 5 and Type 2 process, thus to bring all of those, Type 1, Type 2, 3, 4, 5, in line at the same time. I should also add that there is a local charter authorizer provision in the state law that is not included here. That was passed as part of Act 2, and we'll be bringing proposed timelines and regulations to the board in October on that specific provision. Mr. Gang, what else would you fill in on that?
No. Raphael Gang from the department. All I would add to that is that we'll be conducting additional technical assistance with districts, helping them to implement this timeline over the next several weeks to make sure that they have the information they need about both the application and the timeline. We've ensured that districts have at least 90 days to approve applications in terms of their process. We'll also be conducting outreach to districts as Superintendent White mentioned, in terms of them being able to partner with us to help them manage the process. We're looking forward to establishing partnerships like that.
Okay.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brophy?
I would like to thank Superintendent White and Mr. Gang for making sure that we have this timeline established and that it'll be uniform across the state. I know this will address some of the concerns that I've been experiencing in my own district, so I do appreciate you go ahead and doing this.
Okay, board members, you may not have noticed, but we did get a motion on this item from Ms. Bradford and a second by Ms. Dastu. We did it in a dog whistle type fashion, silently.
I still have a comment.
But we did it. Okay, Mr. Romer?
I know, I hate to do this to you. Would this hinder a district? Let's suppose there was a district that was very proactive in wanting to create an environment for more charter schools. And suppose they wanted to have a rolling process.
Which district would that be?
I can't think of one. But suppose they wanted to have a rolling process. I mean, what if they were inviting high charter operators to give application? Does this limit? This is the only time and place they can consider those applications?
And can I add to that, because it touches on a question that I have? Can we waive this timeline for particular unusual circumstances?
Our read is that the board can. However, the law requires that there be a common application process. I would also just add that this does not preclude anyone from chartering schools for a given school year. So, for example, you could, on this timeline, be authorizing schools for years out, as we have. I don't think we should consider it a good practice to be authorizing schools months before, just several months before the school year starts. So if in the event that the process needs to be changed, the board can address that at that time. But I don't think in setting up a guideline, we would want to, allow for running up against the start of the school year and just chartering schools on a whim.
I agree with that sentiment. But if you go to the other extreme and wanted to know, are we also prohibiting? But it can probably work within this timeline. I was just curious. I don't know if Raphael had any.
The only thing I would add is that when we speak to operators, charter operators nationally and both locally, having consistent timelines where they know when they need to apply to places and when they need to prepare their work and their applications is actually a critical part of the recruitment. The timeline and having consistent timelines really has been a challenge for a lot of groups when they come to our application process from the local level, like Ms. Brophy said. And we think that establishing a clear timeline will both will actually in the end help districts with their recruitment of operators, because operators will know when they need to make sure that they're applying when they're making contact with districts.
Okay.
Well, also districts are competing for charters now in a way, and so what you had last year to some degree was a situation where in Orleans there were approvals at a very different date from what there were in Jefferson, and it created an awkward situation for the applicants as well as just for both districts in terms of planning. So I think we should allow for exceptions, but put it on a common timeline.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any other questions? Ms. Beebe?
So I feel that this creates uniformity and consistency, and I know Superintendent Wright said that we would address the charter authorizers at a later date, but moving forward with charter authorizers, and I'm asking the question, these entities will not be compelled to come before BESE or a local school board. In essence, they would, what is the approval process for the charter authorizers, or will they comply with regulations that are gotten?
What I can say is that the charter, it's our intention that the local charter authorizers, the 1Bs, will be on the same timeline as the districts, so that everyone in the state really has two clear timelines: the district and local authorizer timeline, and the state timeline. We'll be bringing policy and both our process for the 1B application process to be a 1B authorizer at October's BESE meeting, and we're looking forward to your feedback on it.
Also, BESE approves those authorizers, to be clear about that.
They approve, we approve the authorizers.
Yes, yes.
But technically, then moving forward, they can multiply, if you will, they can.
Well, they're, under the law, that's the intent, but then they have to come back in front of BESE to review their outcomes. Yep.
Okay, any further questions? Hearing none, do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 3.2 on page 84. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, Louisiana School District and State Accountability System, and Bulletin 129, the Recovery School District, related to the return of RSD schools and the accountability scale approved by the board in June 2012. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve as notice of intent, and I have a request for the superintendent.
Okay, we have a second. Ms. Bradford? Second? Okay, Ms. Dasty?
Mr. Superintendent, I think we've all seen that this transition has caused a lot of confusion, particularly when certain groups are trying to compare accountabilities for different groups of schools. So I know that you have multiple means of communicating this change in the bulletin, and I ask that you use every means that you have to explain this and to show the consistency of the accountability and that it does apply to all schools. Thank you.
It will be done.
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Yes, I have several questions on this item. After reading the information, I just want to get some clarification. I'm new to this. I'm not an educator, so just bear with me to help me understand this. Okay, so my understanding that every school has to have a school performance score, SPS score, correct?
Yes.
Okay, are there any exceptions to the rule? What would make a school not have an SPS score?
There would be schools that, for example, have no students taking a test,
Okay.
who have just had a kindergarten, and we're growing up. Those schools might not have a school performance score.
Okay, so my next question is, when we talk about the subgroups, what indicates a subgroup? When we look at the SPS score and we're trying to create the formula of the SPS score, what would indicate the subgroups? Is it by gender, race? I'm just throwing it out there. Could you?
Well, a subgroup has to do with No Child Left Behind,
Okay.
which is not a school performance score issue. So I think you're referring to, in No Child Left Behind, we're required to report students with disabilities, okay, English language learners, those subgroups. That doesn't have any bearing on the school performance score.
Okay. So my next question would be, when you look at the recovery school district, and so when you have a school, for example, where they've been under the recovery school district under the direct ran by the recovery school district. Okay, if a charter organization come in and says, okay, well, I want to take over this school, they don't have an SPS score. Why don't the SPS score follow the children in that school?
They do.
Okay. My next question will be, when a school is closed under the RSD, they receive a new site code. Does the SPS score follow them? Follow the school?
It does. There is a lag in terms of when they then get an SPS as it is a new school, but ultimately they get an SPS. And the policy here is a policy for schools that have been in the recovery school district for at least 5 years. So, the kind of change you're talking about is not going to impact these schools because they've been in existence for so long. They will have been receiving a school performance score.
Okay. Let me put this. I had a situation with a school where a charter organization had taken over the school. They were under recovery school district for an X amount of 2 years. When the charter organization came in and took over the school, I requested for the SPS score. The department informed me that there wasn't no baseline, there wasn't no score. It was just a line, there wasn't anything. So because of a new charter coming in and taking over the school, it gave that charter the autonomy to start fresh. So my question, that's why I asked you that question, to make sure that I have a clear understanding for future reference. If a charter come in and take over RSD school, or if they receive a new site code, that SPS score will follow those children at that school.
Yeah, they get an SPS. I need to understand, though, the specifics of that school, because it might have to do with the grades that they have that are testing.
Okay, Crestworth Middle, for example. Crestworth Middle is in my district.
Yeah.
Crestworth Middle was closed.
Yeah.
The charter organization had the school, okay? So when they decided to return the school to the recovery school district, when I asked for the information to give me the SPS score, no one could give me the SPS score because they said that there was no score because they was going to a new charter with the new site
I think,
code.
yes, I think what you mean is that the school this year, rather than being listed publicly as a school that is projected to be an F school, because it was a different school. Last year, it was Crestworth Middle under a charter operator. Than it is this year, which is a Crestworth Middle School under direct run RSD. That SPS from last year does not get reported. It's a new school under a new site code. That's a federal requirement. The feds say it is a new school, therefore the sanctions that apply to the old school don't apply to the new school.
Okay. Then my final question for you would be, why are we giving each school a new site code? Because when you look at the policy, the purpose of the RSD is that if these schools are not performing to the standards of what BESE has put in guidelines, so if these schools are failing and they're not doing what they're supposed to do, just like a traditional public school or a public charter school, then we as a board have the autonomy to take over. So what I am seeing is that when these schools are in a recovery school district, and each time, help me understand, when they receive a new site code, does that cycle start all over again? Or if they've been in a recovery school district for 2 years and a new charter come in, would that count as year 3 or would that count as year 1 because it's under a new site code with a new charter?
The reason that the site code changes is that the LEA status of the school has changed. It's gone from an independent charter operator to the recovery school district, which for the purposes of accountability under No Child Left Behind are different LEAs. And what that essentially does is requires it to be listed as a new school. It is a new site code. I understand what you're saying is it's not an obvious thing to a person who is a constituent that that it's a new school. And if you think there's a better way to communicate the status of the school, we're more than open to it. I'd welcome your feedback on it because I agree with you. It's not a perfect system. It's just an illegality. It's a matter of the law.
Because that's one of the issues that my constituents are faced with. Well, why are we receiving a new site code? To me, to them, it looks like the school would never have the autonomy to go back to the local school district. They would never, because each time they recycle, it's like you're recycling the kids over and over. Each time they come into a new system, the process start all over again. But at the same time, these kids are still failing. They're still not meeting the SPS scores. So are we really doing it? We're doing a disservice to the children and not making sure that they receive the quality of education that they deserve.
Well, I don't think anyone's debating that, and that's why this board took the action to shut down the school, why the RSD took the action to shut down the school to change it over. The failure currently going on at Crestworth Middle is not a EBR issue. It's not a state issue. It's both. There has been no one in recent years who's been successful at Crestworth Middle. We have a new approach in the achievement zone in Baton Rouge, and we hope that will work. We know it'll take a little while, but we hope that will work.
Okay, well, I'd like to give some feedback in reference
we
to
welcome
trying
that.
to open up more dialogue.
Yeah, we'd welcome that.
Ms. Bothy?
So in reading this on page 85, it seems as though we're going away from the academic watch category. Is that going to be missing from future classifications?
With respect, the new accountability system eliminates the academic watch classification and the sanctions that accompany it. So every other reference was eliminated when the board reviewed the Bulletin 111 in June. It removed everything else, every other reference to academic watch. Essentially, what the board settled on was a simpler framework where there weren't different classifications of, like you're on academic watch, you're a priority school, you're a focus school, and it just got very, very simple. The priority schools are the F schools in the recovery school district. The focus schools are the F schools that are not in the recovery school district, and that's it. There's no more academic watch listing and all the kind of sanctions, because the sanctions tended to be, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, and it drained resources away from focusing on the problem rather than actually said, you just got to turn the thing around.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that goes back to our flexibility waiver?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Okay, Ms. Beebe?
Superintendent White, and I just want to say I think we're skirting the issue. I think Ms. Hill raised valid concerns, and I'm hearing those concerns as well, that we're recycling, these schools, we establish them, we have the school performance, we don't see success, and so if we continue to have, shut down one charter, open another, and failure continues, then we're just recycling. And I think Ms. Hill made a very valid point, and I appreciate you saying under no child left behind, this is what we have to do, but I think that the accountability factor, we should be responsible to say, we have to have accountability in place, and I'm just concerned as we move forward. How do we truly measure success? That's what I'm hearing in the discussions. When you continue, you have a system in place, you have failure, then the scores vanish, then you start it over, you get additional scores, you have failure, and it's just recycling.
Well, if I could just respond for a second. I think that your point is well taken around communicating transparent information about failing schools, no matter what the governance structure is. And if there is something you'd like to work on regarding a better way to share that information, Ms. Beebe, I'd be more than happy to. On the other hand, this school failed under EBR. It failed under the state's first attempt to turn it around. So we're trying something different, something radically different. Frankly, I wish that every DNF school in our state was trying something radically different. But we're doing it, we're making a change, and this is a small, but you're right, maybe something we need to improve on in terms of a consequence of making the change. I just want it to be clear that, frankly, most DNF schools in our state aren't really changing the way things are done this year. This one is, and I think that's a positive thing. But you're right, if there's a better way of communicating the information, then let's do that.
Well, I just feel that the trust in traditional schools is lacking. And yes, we may have failed, but we can fail along the same lines as these other people taking. We are depleting resources within our traditional schools, and I think we have the bureaucratic mandates. If we had flexibility in our decision making, we could succeed. I feel very strongly that we could, and I know that's another debate. But I'm just concerned that we're expending all these dollars, and yet we're not getting results. We have the public convinced that we're succeeding. You hear all the reports that charters excel, but at the same time, I don't see it.
Well, to that point, you should then know that while the average district school grew 2 percentage points last year, the average charter school grew 7 SPS points. Also, the districts that's fastest improving in the state is 90% charter schools. So I think that the evidence actually is there. I take your point around needing accurate reporting. If there's a policy that we can work on together, I welcome it. But I don't think that what you're talking about, which is a communications issue, gets at a question of whether charter schools are better than district schools. We've got some great charter schools. We've got some great district schools. We got too many failing schools in both categories. So let's take bold action.
I have one more question.
Ms. Dastu.
I just, let's not lose sight of where these schools came from, where they were. before they came into the Recovery School District, and how many years and decades they were failing, and how much resources were used to try to turn these schools around, state resources, not just district resources. And let's remember that the Recovery School District, while not every school is as successful as we want it to be, and we're not going to stop trying new and innovative things until we get there, the Recovery School District has a record of success. And I don't think that this conversation is acknowledging that. Thank you.
Ms. Hill?
Superintendent White, maybe you can address. I know, could you give me the information where I can find the law or the requirements that in reference to the new site code? Because I would like to look it up for myself and read it for myself. So I guess if you don't have it now, you can give it to me.
It's in Bulletin 111, and I'm sure our policy team will be happy to provide it.
Okay.
They enjoy reading Bulletin 111 a great deal.
Okay, I'll do it again. Also, just to make sure I heard you clearly, so is it the same management should keep the same site code? So if I'm under the same management, I will continue with that site code, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood it. Okay.
Okay. Do we have any further questions on this item? We do. Okay. We have a speaker, Mr. Wayne Free, on behalf of the LAE. Would like to speak?
I have a question and then perhaps a comment, depending upon the answer to the question. If I'm a public school and I hire a new administrator and do some things to change around, do I get to hide my SPS score for 2 years and then get a new score, or does my score continue?
Is there anybody that would like to address that?
Is that a question or a comment?
It's a question. I want to know.
You said that you're going to do one or the other. I just want to know which one.
Yes.
No, you do not get that.
But if I'm a charter school and I change the charter, then my scores don't continue. They disappear for a couple of years till we get to a new SPS score?
Well, no, let's think about that for a second.
Okay.
So, and maybe we can just talk this through, Aaron, as well. You wouldn't receive this fall a school performance score because you were not the people who were in that school before. So in other words, if you, as an adult, were educating those kids in the fall of 2012, but not in the spring of 2012 because it's a changeover in governance, the school would not receive that school performance score. That is not by virtue of a kind of communications construct here in Louisiana. That's because the LEA changed, thus it does not receive that under NCLB. It then coming back does receive an SPS. Now, we did make some changes here in policy regarding letter grades for those schools. When there is a change in governance, but the students remain, we are now assigning a T letter grade for 2 years rather than an A through F letter grade, so as frankly to create an incentive for people to come in and to take on the hardest challenges who are from a different governance structure. Now, if you have a policy proposal, if LAE does, regarding the communication of facts to community, even though the adults change, and I take your point. If I'm in a community, it doesn't necessarily matter to me that the adults change. I just want a good education for my kids. I'd welcome that. And if you think we need to do a better job on that, would more than welcome that, because I take your point. Or if there's a gap, maybe we need to be doing more to compensate for that gap.
My concern, I guess, and this is speaking to, not asking questions, is we have dealt with this issue for at least 3 years, particularly the inaccurate reporting of performance in terms of how do we report the performance in a fair and equitable manner. That particularly has occurred within the RSD, where we drop out the lowest scoring performing schools by changing their governance, and it never gets reported, and therefore we make those schools, the RSD, look more efficient than it has. Not only have I done the research, but many others have done the research.
I just want to interject, and I want to beg to differ. You're talking about two different things. The reporting of a school's SPS is a different thing from the reporting of a school's proficiency levels on tests, which does get publicly reported, from their graduation rate, which does get publicly reported, irrespective of a change in SPS. And all of them, whether the school got an SPS or not, roll up into the RSD's district score. The RSD's district score is an exact representation of every child who was in the RSD, whether or not they came back in the fall to a school that got an SPS. The only thing that changes is whether the school got an SPS for that year, and the SPS is supposed to be a reflection of the effort of the adults in that school, given that all of the adults were changed, that SPS changes. So it actually doesn't affect the public reporting of proficiency or graduation rates in the Recovery School District.
Then, if I understand what you're saying, all of the processes that people have looked at in the past, where the department says we increased 20%, but many schools were not included in that 20% growth at all because of their performance, that 20% is true growth and not a hidden growth based upon removing of those pieces. And that has not been done in the past. Maybe that's being done now. I guess we'll see in October.
Well, if I could clarify, and I don't take what you're saying as
I don't mean it as negative. I just mean how do we get there in
when
a
we
fair
talk
and
about
equitable
growth.
way?
When we talk about growth, we've talked about it in terms of proficiency of students. That means you basically treat the entire district as one school, and you say how many kids were proficient, how many were not. 23% were proficient 5 years ago. This year, 51% were proficient in the Recovery School District. That has nothing to do with school performance score, which is just a formula that we use to essentially index each school and report it for accountability purposes. When we talk about the improvement, we're talking about every child in aggregate, whether their school received a school performance score or not. Some of the issues have been related to some of the turnover you described. In other words, we don't report an SPS 1 year if the governance of the school changed. A lot of it is related to new schools that have started at kindergarten and first grade and thus haven't had an SPS because they haven't had tested kids. So when people say, well, there are 20% of the schools in the RSD that didn't get an SPS this year, that number has decreased. It's because, yes, there is some of that change, also because there are kids with just schools with just very young kids, and two, that doesn't matter in that overall number of the kids who are proficient, and thus the progress that the district has seen.
Last question, and this is a question. I'm not sure how this applies, but the two schools in the New Orleans area that had requested removal and moving back into the RSD, out of the RSD back into the New Orleans public schools, both the parents and the faculty, and I think that issue was also a TRS issue. How does this affect those two schools?
This policy proposal affects those schools because they would be required to, as they were before, to meet a bar of progress. We haven't, oddly enough, talked about the policy in front of us during this discussion, but the policy essentially says if after 5 years you wish to return to the Recovery School District, what improvement must you have shown? The previous policy said you had to have achieved 5 points above the FSPS level. We are proposing here to shift to 4 points above the SPS level because the scale that we are now judging SPS on is 150 rather than 200.
So the answer is, how does it affect those two schools?
It does not.
So they would be allowed to transfer back?
Assuming that the schools you're talking about have achieved the bar of 4 points of SPS.
So let me ask again, how does it affect those two schools?
It
Have
does
they
not.
received the bar?
I don't know which schools you're talking about, of course, but if I did, I could tell you that this policy would be the exact same policy that it was last year.
I'm sorry, you don't know which two schools
Mr.
when they
Chairman.
requested that from this board?
You're talking about the two schools that came and testified?
Yes.
Those schools, so you know.
In the Algiers.
So you know, never submitted a formal application for this, in part because
Okay.
one of them is not eligible for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Free. Ms. Dasty.
I just wanted to note that the superintendent said that there was not a request before the board from an eligible school. We actually extended the deadline to January, and no school came forth and asked to return. So I think maybe Mr. Free needs some additional information.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 87, item 4.1. Consideration of the process to return schools that have been placed in the RSD to their local districts. department recommendation. I'm sorry, 4.2, no, it's 4.1.
Move to receive.
Receive.
We have a motion, Ms. Dester. Do we have a second? Mr. Bennett? Do we have any questions?
I do.
Ms. Hill?
I have comments. I have to close on it.
Ms. Hill?
Okay. In the last board meeting, we put a motion out where the board approved that parents can opt into the recovery school district if they have a petition of 51% of the signatures of the parents. We put a motion, and I put a motion, or I don't remember, put a motion out, which is in 5, 6, 10. But anyway, put a motion out, if we can allow parents to opt in, we should allow them to opt out. Ms. Dastu said that usually, as far as the protocol, that we'll give it back to the department, let the department make the decision, and then bring it back to the board. According to what we're looking at now, this is not what we requested. They're telling us what's the process. We know the process because this is the actual policy. I know the policy. What we requested from the department, if we allow these schools to opt in, we should allow them to opt out under the same process. So I need some clarity of why they gave us this when this is already in existence.
This was requested by the board. It was requested that there be a report on what the policy says and on the process of working with school systems regarding the policy. And there have been two pieces of work ongoing. One has been working with eligible school districts, most notably the Orleans Parish School Board, on implementing this, and that's why we're bringing back this process. On the other hand, Ms. Hill, we are in receipt of your motion. We are working with the Recovery School District on what the potential implications of it are, and when appropriate, we will bring it back to the board for some consideration. We are not yet at a final point of understanding the ramifications of what the policy that you propose may be, and we'll bring it back when appropriate, when we have figured that out.
Ms. Dastu?
Yeah, I would just like to comment on this. I attended the RSD meeting in New Orleans with several other members, and I think this is something that the board did ask for, and they asked for some very clear criteria and a very specific timeline so that all the schools and OPSB and the BESE would all understand their roles and the steps that must be gone through in order to effect a transition. One thing that became very clear to me in looking at this process is that schools that are eligible, the board has a role in ensuring that certain things occur, but it's really incumbent upon Orleans Parish School Board to set the kind of environment and expectations and create the kind of situation that will encourage these schools to return to OPSB. And I think from my perspective, this board will not, and I don't believe, will impede any school that chooses and wants to go back to OPSB to stay in the RSD. I mean, I think we have shown that in our previous actions and our words, and so it really this is really up to OPSB to create the kind of environment that will entice these schools to go back.
And board members, if I could just update you on that point, we've been working very closely with the Orleans Parish School Board, and I think that they're under new leadership. I think they're actually being innovative on it, and we're very excited to have a real process in place that makes it a viable alternative for schools and for their school communities this winter.
Okay, Ms. Beebe.
Mr. Harvey, and I appreciate that, Mr. White, your comments, Ms. Dastu, but I do recall my purpose in bringing this up in the past, which made this item appear on the agenda, was responsible for being placed on the agenda, was the fact that there was a group in December of last year who made the appeal to BESE to return to the Orleans Parish School District. And at that point in time, they were told that a process was not in place. Moving forward, Mr. White, I asked you, although I was told at that particular meeting that it was not necessarily your place to initiate the discussion, but then I asked you as the state superintendent to more or less take charge and to ensure us that the process is in place so that when it comes time for any group to ask or to make a request to return to their respective school district, or the Orleans Parish School District in this case, that we would have a process in place. I can appreciate you saying that we're working on it, but I want to be assured that we will have a process in place. I don't want us to be in a situation where a group comes forward and we just apologize to them and say, well, I'm sorry, Orleans Parish dropped the ball and we don't have a process in place. I also want to say that I'm seriously concerned when you give the charter board. Now, let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, if I have a successful school, I don't want to relinquish to Orleans Parish School Board. I want to keep, and as a board, I'm going to say no. If you're going to give me the responsibility as a board to say yes or no, I'm going to say no. I'm selfish. I want them to stay with me. So I think this is a big concern. I would ask you to respond to it, or I mean, how do we remove this particular component or criterion?
I'm sorry, remove what criteria?
The board.
That the board makes the election.
The charter board. I'm XYZ charter, and there's an established board. Well, I'm selfish as a board. I want to keep these successful schools within my jurisdiction. So if you're saying that the board has the autonomy to say yes or no.
Well, I mean, to be clear, it was not me who said it. It was the board, this board, who said that. I also think my experience, Ms. Beebe, in working with the Orleans Parish School Board, I spoke with Superintendent Smith yesterday about this issue, is that they're not trying to, and he actually said this explicitly in the discussion, he wouldn't try to change something that's working. If you've gone from being a low F, which is essentially what most of the RSD schools were, to being something significantly better than that, which is what we're talking about here, I don't know why, as a school district, you would want to mess with that. And so part of this is about all parties, the school, the district, and the state coming together to say, let's create a plan specific for this school. And that's what Superintendent Smith and I are working on, and Superintendent Dobard are working on. And, you know, we're going to get this right when we come back.
But if I may respond, Mr. White, do you recall the meeting? I mean, it was a very emotional meeting with these parents. They wanted to return to the Orleans Parish School Board. So I'm saying in those instances where there is a strong desire to return, then we should have that option available to them, the plan. And we're at a point right now, we need to have a plan to move forward, because I think December or January, I think it's by December, they have to make their appeal, and then we'll be prepared to approve.
All I can say is I think you're going to be very pleased with the process that we're coming back with. We're working very collaboratively with the Orleans Parish School Board. No, I would just say someone at some point has to speak for the school. Someone at some point has to speak for the district. We don't ask all of the voters in Orleans Parish whether or not they approve the return model. We ask the board. Similarly with the school, we don't ask everyone in the school community whether by consensus they approve of whether or not the school should return. We ask the board. Similarly with the state, we don't ask all the voters of Louisiana to approve the return model. We ask the BESE board. So there's consistency in the policy. We're working it through with Orleans Parish. I think you're going to be very pleased with what you see when we come back.
But we're losing sight of choice. That's what this is all about. Parents should have choice. So if their choice is to return to the Orleans Parish School Board, then they should be honored.
And I believe the policy actually requires that the board consult the parents in making its choice.
And that's what Ms. Hill was referring to, the reverse parent trigger, that they can remove themselves if they so choose.
Okay.
I just have one point, a question for clarification.
Okay.
The policy states that the charter board must notify BESE by December 1st, and BESE has to approve it by January the 1st. Is that enough time?
We think it's enough time. We're working with all of the eligible schools on it now. We're working with the district on it now. We think it does need to have a hard stop, because you've got to get these things in place, you know, before the school year starts. And we recognize that it kind of puts a fair amount of pressure on that December meeting. But
Sure.
The groundwork, there's plenty of time to lay the groundwork, because we've been working on this for months with the Orleans Parish Board. So I think we're okay.
Ms. Bofi?
I just wanted to tell Superintendent White that the cooperation among the RSD and the Orleans Parish School System was quite evident at the last RSD meeting. So I appreciated the fact that the RSD employees got together and talked out this process in a way that it would be possible for schools to return if that's the wish.
Ms. Hill?
Yes, Superintendent White, I'm sorry. When will you have this plan available for us? I mean, you said soon, like next month, 2 months, 3 months? Like, when would, the department is working on it, when would it be finalized?
Well, the date is December 1st, as Mr. Gio just said, so certainly by that date, you will have it finalized. I would say that it is not a state plan, and I do want to be clear on this. It's been said a couple of times, when are we going to have a plan? It is not a state plan. It is a district and state plan together. Both need to have identified terms that they would think would be agreeable to BESE. I would imagine we're going to get it done, Ms. Hill, before then, but I don't want to forecast the negotiations, and we're working very closely with them. They've been very good partners, as Ms. Bofi said. So I think that together, they and we will come back with a product to you that you'll be very pleased with.
Mr. Lee?
I've heard that it's the superior leadership of the new RSD superintendent that's bringing about all this improvement.
The leadership is truly superior to what it has been in the past, I can tell you that.
Okay. Do we have any other questions?
One more
Ms. Hill?
question, because I have another question, because the Recovery School District is really getting ready to make an impact in my district, so I need to have a clear understanding as I go out and articulate to my constituents. Now, we're sitting here, we're explaining to the districts what their responsibility is in reference to the schools returning to the local school district. Or do we have something in place when the Recovery School District does not meet their standards? If the students in the Recovery School Districts are continuing to fail year after year with the SPS score, what alternative do we have for those students?
Well, there are a lot of alternatives. Number one,
besides charter.
well, we passed a piece of legislation this year that allows for private school choice for those students. We included in that legislation options for there to be a fast-track charter process. We included in that piece of legislation a course choice provision that allows them to take courses outside of their school. Also, under this year's federal waiver, we are requiring that school choice under No Child Left Behind be made available to any child in a failing school across the state, and have been enforcing that policy in every district, whether it's the recovery district, a charter school, or otherwise. And finally, we are aware of your proposal, Ms. Hill, that there be a parent opt-out of such a circumstance. I think we have to be cautious, because the failures for these students have been at the hands of both the local district and the state, and so we have a difficult, everyone is to blame in some respect. But we're taking it into consideration, we're working on it, and we'll share our thoughts with you shortly.
Any further comments or questions from BESE members? Hearing none, do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
That concludes your agenda.
Okay. We have a motion to adjourn, or do we need a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn, Ms. Beebe. We have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Bofi. Any objections? Hearing none, motion carries.
The educator effectiveness meeting will start at 10:45.
Good job, Jim.
All right.
I need to ask my board members to come forward, please. We're about ready to begin our meeting.
Y'all ready? So y'all ready? Well, congratulations. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. I'm not a cover the area, but if anything I can do to assist, I'll be good.
I'm doing fine. That would be Dr. That would be Mr. Garvey, Mr. Dion. He would be the best member for Washington County, would he?
Yeah, we had this fun. I'm praying for you, though. I'm gonna pray for Asha. I'm praying for you too, but I'm praying for you.
And I call him under 5'5".
It's really like, so on this one, it's going to use she handles these items, and so she knows who's here, and so I'll call them up, they have a question, and call them up. So, yeah. Yeah. I keep spooning you off.
Y'all ready? Good morning. I'm Lottie Beebe, and I'm here this morning to call to order the Educator Effectiveness Committee. So at this time, we'll call to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bennett?
Here.
Mr. Bennett present. Ms. Bofi? Ms. Bofi absent. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford present. Ms. Dashew?
Here.
Ms. Dashew present. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey absent. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill present. Ms. Hill? Present. Ms. Hill present. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones absent. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee absent. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer present. Ms. Beebe?
Present.
Ms. Beebe present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. This morning, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing one of our finest in the education arena. We know how the contributions that teachers make, and certainly this young lady that I'm about to introduce to you this morning is an exemplary educator. She has set the bar extremely high, and she has attained that bar. So today, I would like to introduce Dr. Amy Weems. She is from Ouachita Junior High School. She is the 2013 Louisiana Teacher of the Year. So I ask you to join me in welcoming Ms. Dr. Amy.
Madam Chairman?
I'm going to ask Mr. Giat, as her BESE member, if he would want to make a few comments at this point.
Yeah, I wasn't able to make it that evening. In fact, Amy and I just met, but just as a representative of your district, I really appreciate what you're doing in Ouachita Parish and at the junior high school, and the example that you're setting for all the teachers and educators around the state. Just really appreciate your dedication to the children and making progress and for being here today.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Bradford?
I'm up from that way too, and I was that night, there that night, and I will tell you that the competition was fierce. And if it ever made you proud to be in education, that night was the night. It was a great night with a lot of wonderful people. And for Amy to come out on top tells us just how fabulous she really is. And so I, too, welcome you and say congratulations again. And we thank you for your service to the children of Louisiana.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Ms. Dashew?
I also had the pleasure of attending the event and witnessing the great moment when Dr. Weem was announced as our Teacher of the Year. We are so very, very proud of you. We're proud of all the educators that were there that night. I hope that you're enjoying your brand new convertible. Is it a convertible? It's
an SUV.
It's the SUV, but your brand new Mercedes, which I think is remarkable. We created this position on the board last year in really honor of our teachers, and we are thrilled that you are with us today. We hope that you will engage, guide us, give us some hands-on, practical feedback, and we welcome you to this committee.
Thank you.
And invite you to lunch.
Any other board members? Mr. Lee?
I too congratulate Amy. This is a very nice honor for her, but it's good for the state of Louisiana to have such quality teachers. And we appreciate you and your service to students in Ouachita Parish and in the state of Louisiana. And I think it would be good, it might add a little quality to some of his comments if she were seated closer to Chaz Romer.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We have Ms. Volpe.
Well, Dr. Williams, I think that we'll become close friends through this process, and I have to tell you that the honor is incredible, but when you have the opportunity to sit when the teachers are presenting, so the Teachers of the Year who will be considered for 2014, that'll help you understand even more carefully what this is like. And so I do want to congratulate you. I want to tell you that you are about to get 50 new best friends, because the State Teachers of the Year from across the country will be your best friends, and that this will be an absolutely incredible journey. So congratulations, and I've already given you my contact information, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have, but congratulations.
Thank you. I look forward to a great year.
Okay, Mr.
I just want to say congratulations. I know it's a very difficult job that often goes unnoticed and underappreciated, and we certainly appreciate your efforts, and other teachers for that matter, but congratulations to you on a job well done. We're lucky to have you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. If not, let's move on to begin with the consent agenda.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 3.2, and 4.1.
I would like to pull items 4.1 on the consent agenda.
And we need a second. We have to choose.
I move approval of the agenda.
Okay, a second.
A second.
Any opposition? Okay. So may I have, at this point, a motion to approve the consent agenda?
You did.
Okay, we did that. Okay, I'm sorry. So at this time, we need to discuss 4.1.
Yes, your next item is item 4.1, consideration of a status report on the Advisory Committee on Educator Evaluation. The recommendation from BESE staff is to delete this item.
Okay, and I must confess that I asked to have this item pulled, and I want to thank Ms. Hill, because I just wanted to discuss ACE to an extent, the ACE committee. As we move forward, are we going to continue discussions with them, but with the committee? Because I do recognize then that in Act 54 that we were going to continue the monitoring of the teacher evaluation process, and I was just wanting to hear from Superintendent White the direction or his vision for the ACE committee moving forward. And so I could ask you if you're comfortable with responding.
Of course. As you know, we're required in the law to submit annual reports in connection with Act 54 to the legislature. And thus, those reports will come to the board, and we're happy to use those as points at which to discuss the implementation of the Compass system and Act 54 generally. The ACE committee was designed, and this was before my time here and before the time of some of you on the board, to create recommendations in response to Act 54 for the regulations and the process attached to Act 54. That was completed, now 9 months ago, and because that is a standing set of regulations, the function of that group we think has served its time and should be concluded as a standing item on this component of the BESE agenda. That is not to say that we're not open to doing reports or sharing some policy recommendations coming out of this year's implementation for the board's consideration, but we just don't think the committee is the appropriate vehicle within which to do that, because they had a job to do, they did it, and now we're moving on.
Well, along those lines, Superintendent White, I do realize that in the pilot in St. Martin Parish, the district in which I'm employed, along with 8 other districts and the International Charter School, we proceeded with a pilot, and the instrument that was piloted is not the instrument that we're implementing. And then, of course, there was a change, as I understand, in the rubric from the Strong rubric to the Danielson rubric, and it's my understanding that that change was based on comments received from those who were in the process. So moving forward, what happens if, there was no pilot, if you will? So if there are concerns, would we want to maintain the ACE committee so that as we move forward, if there are concerns? And I also want to say that upon attending the NASB conference, it was stated that in 2014-15, we can expect Edugeddon, equivalent to Armageddon, because of the rollout of the Common Core, a more rigorous curriculum. We will see an increase in teacher ineffectiveness. So with this in mind, I think we should maintain the committee and the communications with that committee, and at least inform our constituents, if you will, our educators, that if, as they, particularly our superintendents and those in charge of Compass, that as we see problems that we report, and are you the person that we report those concerns to, your staff, or are we going to ask the ACE committee to come back to regroup for further discussion?
Just a couple points, then thank you for those questions. Number one, on the question of teacher ineffectiveness, the change in standards would not affect or create an Edugeddon situation, because the ineffectiveness is a percentile basis in Louisiana, not a total percent. In other words, no matter the shift in standards, no matter what your standards are, if you have 10% under one standard, it's going to be 10% under the next standard. So I think we're okay. We're insulated from that concern.
May I just interrupt you at this point to say that the gentleman who made the presentation and made the comment about Edugeddon said that no state should implement a teacher evaluation model based on 50% value added. And I mean, that's the concern, and that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, and the reason why I feel that maybe as we move forward, that we may need to engage that committee.
I think we'd be happy to continue to engage in the dialogue. The law establishes a framework for the ACE committee. I don't think that, I think we have achieved the law's purpose on the ACE committee, but if there's a discussion you'd like to have on a regular basis, we'd be more than happy to. Of course, we're going to be learning a lot about the implementation, as you say, and we'll be making adjustments and talking to the board about it.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, just from a process point of view, and I'm sure that you're aware of this, but if the chairman of a committee wishes to debate a topic or get into a lengthy discussion, then what's appropriate is to relinquish the chair to the other member. No, I mean, just as we go through and try to adhere to our own policies and codes, if you're going to continue a debate, it might be wise for you to consider relinquishing your chair and letting someone else chair the meeting. Thank you.
But I was well aware of procedure. Ms. Hill, would you like to do the honors?
I chose to do it.
And I think just formality. With that established, and I don't know if I'm in order, if we're going to follow protocol, I do know that in the next agenda, what is that? What is the next meeting? Oh, Administration and Finance. There was a line item whereby we were to convene an executive session to discuss your contract. And I don't know why it's in Administration and Finance. But the point I wanted to make here, under Act 54, the state superintendent on the last page, along with employees of the department who earn $100,000 or more, are subject to the same evaluation value added as the administrators and the teachers, the educators. So I read in the newspaper that we were going to evaluate you. We are now postponing it. So I'm very much concerned that we don't have a procedure in place, because Catherine sent to me some months ago an evaluation instrument, and that instrument according to the paperwork I received, has expired. The evaluation termed out in January of 2013. So moving forward, as I read in the paper, we are to evaluate you in January of 2013. So do we have that process, do we have a process in place? And I understand it's established in Act 54, but Act 54 charged the ACE committee with the criteria, if I'm correct. So I brought this up to say that we need a process, because the process that we had in the past, as I understand it, has expired according to the dates on it, and we would have to comply with what is in Act 54. So would anyone care to
Ms.
comment?
Beebe, if I may, I just need clarification. Is there a motion on the floor currently?
Not yet. I just wanted to present my concern.
I know.
Okay, is there a motion to to delete?
Move to
Okay, is there a motion to delete? Are we deleting the committee or the report? Is my
A
question.
motion to approve the recommendation as presented.
And I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
I have,
Now
yes,
we're
I
in
have some
order.
questions.
Okay, Ms. Rosen.
How
I'm
many-
sorry, Ms. Hill, you're sharing.
Okay. Ms. Wolfe?
Are you the chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hill, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay. How many teachers are on the teacher advisory panel that you have? You have a new teacher advisory panel?
100?
Okay. And you have a administrators advisory panel of about?
20.
Okay. I would anticipate, based on the communication, that you've done an incredible job of establishing with teachers across the state, where friends of mine who have never reached out to the department before will email you, or they will email a member of your staff for input about these issues. I think that Ms. Beebe asked a good question about the fact, in terms of getting the clarity. Are we looking at the end of this committee, or are we just taking the committee off the agenda? I do think we need to clarify that point.
The committee has ended, and they have been,
So that was done already?
That was done
Okay.
9 months ago, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that. And so in the future, then you'll be able to take input as to how we can continue to revise our educator evaluation system based on either input you get from individuals contacting the department, or even the committees that you've now created that are more robust than the ACE committee was.
Yeah, that's true, and I should have said that, you're right. I mean, we established the Louisiana Believes committees for the purpose of doing this. The first educator meeting is on the 8th. This is a scheduling issue, a topic of great controversy, scheduling on a Saturday. Nevertheless, our attendance looks like it's going to be very high. And that's the purpose of it, is the implementation of Common Core and Compass and getting the feedback on it. I think if the board would like a formal report on those committees, we'd be more than happy to do that. And I think to Ms. Beebe's point, I'm sure in implementing the Compass system, there will be changes that we'll want to bring back to the board of some kind or another, and we should continue to be open to changes. Just this committee's purpose was to get the system up and running, and it's done that.
So the committee is ended, and that the motion on the table would be one that would end the report, because there's no reports coming out of a committee that's no longer meeting.
Ms. Bofi.
Okay, the second item?
Ms. Bofi, if I may.
Yes.
I'm Catherine Posniak,
Sorry,
Executive Director
voice
for
from
BESE.
above.
This is actually an item that I brought forward to the board, not the superintendent. And this is a technical cleanup. Because this committee no longer exists, this item that was created as a regular status report from that committee, this item has laid dormant now because that committee is no longer convening, but we cannot remove I cannot just remove an item from the agenda. So I am coming to the board to ask you to delete this item as a standing item on this agenda. That does not prohibit, for instance, if the superintendent convenes a teacher group, from them adding a report from that group to the agenda, or from the board giving a directive to the superintendent to provide a report on that meeting. This is just the standing item for the ACE committee meeting.
Thank you. The other issue that I wanted to speak to is something that Ms. Beebe brought up in her questions, and this is something, Ms. Beebe, that was a concern of mine. You talked about the fact that we have new evaluations for teachers at the same time that we have new standards for students, and that you identified that as a concern. And I think that Mr. White talked about the fact that in our evaluation system that our lowest 10% of teachers would be identified as ineffective. And I can tell you that I've really struggled with that percentile issue to the extent that I had a phone conversation with Dr. Knoll about why we would go to a percentile as opposed to a standard. Because I think that where we need to get to is a place where we can tell teachers that this is the bar and this is the bar that we expect for you to achieve. In the conversation with Dr. Knoll, because I was not privy to the actions taken by the ACE committee or their in-depth discussions, what he was able to share with me is that at the standard where I would feel comfortable with my child being in a teacher's class, or any of the other members on this board would be comfortable with a child being in a teacher's class, that standard was so high that our districts would not have the capacity to support our teachers who would be identified as ineffective. And so that helped me understand that the evaluation system that we have in place is one system that is the beginning of a huge shift that we're asking our teachers to make. But one thing that I've seen, and I think that's been demonstrated again here today, is that anything that we can offer to improve on the system for our sake of our students and the sake of our educators, that we have a superintendent and a staff who's willing to listen to that. And so I believe very strongly in us making changes in our evaluation system. When I was in the classroom, the evaluation system did not serve me well. It did not do anything to help me become a better teacher. And that we need to get to a place to where we have evaluation systems that are supporting the continuous improvement of our teachers. So I hear your concerns. I wanted to share with you some information that I had obtained through conversations about that same concern, and also share with you that I think that the committees, advisory panels, I'm not sure exactly what he's calling, are more robust, so that Superintendent White does have a connection to the field, and that this is an important issue that we'll continue to revisit, whether or not it's on a standing item on the agenda or not.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. You're welcome. Ms. Beebe?
Yes, and I appreciate your comments, Ms. Bophy. And again, I will say that our teachers are not opposed to the changes and raising the bar, but I have had contact communication as well as many of you. The concern is particularly with the 33%, that they are held to a value-added score, an exam, as opposed to the 67% creating the student learning targets. And in addition to and with the student learning targets, we have the pre-assessment and the post-assessment. So during that experience, the teachers know exactly what the bar is, as opposed to the tested grades and subjects where the teachers, they have the curriculum established. I understand that, the standards. But in addition to that, they're required to have 2 SLTs. Now, my question to you, Mr. White, so I can respond to their concerns, is that with the value added that is derived from the student performance on a test, and then the writing of an SLT or 2 SLT, which is objectives, if you will, and then let's say they perform well on the SLTs, but on that test, for whatever reason, the child might not have taken it seriously or what have you, or the children. So, and I understand the law says that we will give the value added component more weight. So will there be a conflict in, I know, I may be contradicting myself, but what I'm saying, I know the value added will be the criterion holding the teacher to the high expectations. But what if there's a conflict in the two? Or am I not understanding it?
Well, I think if there's a conflict between your student learning target and your value-added data, then you probably didn't set a very strong target. honestly. I mean, in other words, if you set a target to say, my students are going to grow this much academically, and you think that they did, but on the test it doesn't reflect that they did, my sense is that that is more likely a problem with the target that you set than it is with the value-added methodology. And I don't think it will happen very often. I think teachers will say, we have a way of measuring our kids, we're going to set an ambitious but realistic goal, and that will be reflected, they're hitting it will be reflected in the value-added as well. We just think setting goals is good practice. We think every teacher in the state should have a goal. It's as simple as that. I do think the board will want to consider what you say ongoing, Ms. Beebe, about the relationship between the target and the value add, and so we should talk about that. Let's see how it plays out this year, and then we'll have a good sense of it for next year.
Well, and I
Madam
think our
Chair.
teachers, and I just want to say this, I think our teachers need to know this, that someone is listening. I think there's a lot of frustration out there. They're not opposed to evaluation. They just feel like no one is hearing the concerns. And I think moving forward, if that is your communication, that you say, I'm going to be listening. We have a district staff in place, and we want to know the problems. But just to say this is what it is, and we're not going to deviate. I mean, there is room for change based on this.
And we deviated, we changed a lot based on the based on
we have
the
a whole
pilot.
different rubric.
Yeah, based on the pilot. So it was actually St. Martin that actually proposed a lot of those changes, and we made them. So thank you for making them.
Madam Chair, I call the question. This discussion is lively and good, but not relevant to the point of our motion item.
Okay, Ms. Bofi wanted to say.
Okay, I'll just say one more thing, and I think it's important also for us to continue to remind our teachers that because of the way that the legislature wrote, I believe it was Act 1, that this year is in essence a field test year. And so this is an opportunity for our teachers to go out to see exactly what's going to happen between their value added and their SLTs and to report back to us.
Okay, any more discussion? Any opposition to the motion?
Question.
Okay, question.
The question was called.
Okay. Okay, we'd like to vote.
She asked if there was opposition.
Yeah,
to the
she
motion.
asked if there's opposition to the motion.
She said, was there?
No, she said.
Okay, any opposition? No? Favor? So moved.
Madam Chair, we are having difficulty hearing her, and I know Ms. Johnson had that mic, and she had trouble there with hearing, and I don't know if it's the mic, but we are having difficulty hearing.
And that's why if someone chairing a meeting should be sitting in the chair.
Okay.
Well, for future reference, Ms. Dastu, I will remove myself
should.
from this chair,
That's
and
correct.
I will go over to meet Ms. Hill.
That's the
Moving
proper way to
on,
do it.
Do you want me to take over now, Ms. Hill?
You sure can.
Okay. The next item, please.
Your next item is item 5.1 on page 16, consideration of the revocation of the Louisiana Type B Teaching Certificate number 086429 issued to Mr. Roddy Chason due to a felony conviction. The recommendation is to revoke.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would move approval of items 5.1 through 5.4.
Second.
Okay. Right. There's a motion to approve the recommendation on items 5.1 through 5.4.
Right.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Dastu seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 5.5 on page 106, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Miss Emily Kahn, leading a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate. And I believe Miss Kahn is present today.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is a bit risky, and if somebody wants to pull one off, fine. I move approval of items 5.5 through 5.10 that we grant certification.
Okay, do I have a second to that effect?
I second.
He is making the motion to approve, to grant the approval of 5.5, items 5.5 to 5.10, and that's approving. That's granting, yes. Okay, granting. Okay, Ms. Hill second his motion.
I second.
So is there any opposition to the motion?
I'm opposed.
opposed.
Okay, we need roll call.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
wait. I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, it's been a withdrawal, so we'll take them item one at a time.
We're still on item 5.5.
Okay, so at this point, 5.5, you read it, you want to read
And we
it?
do have a motion.
We do have a motion?
excuse me.
No, well, he didn't, he withdrew.
Right.
Okay.
Reread them.
Okay, a motion to grant or deny 5.5, and I have a second.
Madam
A motion
Chairman,
and a second?
do you have a motion? 'Cause
I'm asking.
I'll make a motion to deny,
Okay, there's a motion to deny, is there a second?
to deny the records review, which,
Okay, you made the motion, I
Yeah.
don't hear a second, so motion dies for
I'll
lack of...
second.
Oh, Ms. Bradford, second? Okay.
Object.
Any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would like to hear from the individual.
Me too.
Okay. So, Ms. Khan?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Hi, thank y'all for having me. I'm Emily Kahn. I've taught for 2 years in Lafayette Parish under my certification that I currently had until just a moment ago. And this is over a charge that I received 10 years ago when I was 18 years old. It was a very poor choice. It did a lot to do with my self-esteem and my purpose, which was 0. As soon as I received my conviction, I went straight into a drug court rehabilitation program, and since then has had no other convictions. I purposely chose to go into education so I can continue giving back after learning from my mistakes to my community. I don't know if y'all have any questions for me. It's a little unnerving to go through every single part of your story whenever people are looking down at you. Not literally, but you know, whenever it's something that you thought you were done and over with.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I put the motion on the floor. My understanding was that this was a very recent conviction. That's not the case. I'll withdraw my motion.
And I have had a first offender's pardon and an expungement that have gone through for several years.
So there's no motion.
I move we
Okay.
grant.
Okay, so there's a motion by Ms. Bradford to grant. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Garvey, second.
And I'd like to add just a comment about this. I've talked to Ms. Khan, and apparently this has become an issue because of a form that we have asked teachers about any kind of prior convictions. Because her record was expunged on the advice of, I think, legal counsel among reaching out to faculty at the university, that she said no, because it was her understanding that her record was clear. I think that we need to work on the clarity in our forms so that we're not setting people up to be put in this position. So if we could get, I don't know if that requires a motion on our part or if that's an easy fix that the department could do on our behalf, but this is an issue that I'd rather us not put individuals in this position.
And I have a question about that, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
It's just, are you asking for the form to include that you have to mark affirmative if you've had a conviction that has been expunged?
That's exactly what my request is.
Mr. Superintendent, I don't think that's a difficult change, is it? Because actually this happens quite a bit.
Ms. Cohn, do you know what form it was?
The
Yes,
professional
it was the
conduct.
disclosure form for the professional conduct, and previously expungements was a question. Expungement was a question, but I don't know at what point it got removed, but I do believe it needs to be added back.
Okay, we will.
That would clarify, I mean, because I think we have other instances where people have said no, and then upon records review, we see a conviction, then they find out after they've been teaching 2, 5, 10 years that they in fact, they completed the form incorrectly. I don't know why someone would advise you, like, to not disclose
It is
it.
under some paperwork that I filed with drug court on my plea agreement at the time of the conviction. It's under the attachment A on that paper that says once you have successfully completed all parts of the drug court program and filed for expungement, that conviction no longer exists. And that's why I was advised legally that I was able to check no under all circumstances.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
For licensure purposes, in 2009, it was concluded that the school systems should be able to see expungements, and they would be counted as convictions for teacher licensures. A lot of attorneys aren't aware of that, though. Yes, so that she may have received that problem, is that information. nobody was aware of that to advise me correctly. And it wasn't something that I withheld whenever I was employed. My school district did approve it. It was approved by Mr. Lemoyne and by their legal staff, and my principal, and everybody knew and was aware of my charge. It wasn't something that I was just withholding.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
I'm of the impression that the law requires a background check for every applicant for teaching, and that background check does not recognize expungement. That if a person has been arrested or convicted, it's going to show up. Now, what the school system does with that, I think, is up to the school system.
Yes, unless it's an offense listed in
But it will
15-587.
show up, and that is a requirement. Now, I don't know if that law applies to charter schools and Teach for America.
That's a good question.
RSD, but it should. Should.
Okay, so, any other discussion? Mr. Romer?
Yeah,
you
I
have
had a question, and I apologize. Remind me, Ms. Davis, and I think Mr. Lee just alluded to it, if a conviction has been expunged, is it up to the district still on how they treat that? Or
It is for the district's hiring of the individual. It is up to the district if they choose to hire that person, unless it's a specific offense that's listed in revised statute 15-587.1. They could still hire that person. However, for certification purposes, they cannot be awarded a certificate if they have a felony conviction unless they come before the board and ask for the record.
and this isn't about you, this is about you, but I'm not talking about you right now. I'm trying to make sure this board understands. There is a current policy on certification that says regardless if a conviction has been expunged, for the purposes of certification, that's considered a conviction still. I don't know if that's clear to everyone. I'm not, in this instance, I'm gonna, I think, be with the majority on granting the certification, so I want to set you at ease from that perspective. But there is a question here, which is how do we, as a certification body, deal with convictions that have been expunged? To date, we have treated it for the purposes of certification review as an existing conviction. Am I correct in that?
You are.
Okay.
But I think that's the reason she's coming before BESE to appeal.
Yeah, but there's two different issues. One is those that inadvertently check the wrong box, not knowing the rules. I want to make sure there's confusion, and we don't want someone to lose certification because they inadvertently checked the wrong box. However, there's a bigger question that we may not consider today, but perhaps consider in the future is our policy regarding certification and the expungement of convictions, is that the right policy? I believe that's state statute, though. Is that correct, or is that BESE policy?
It is.
It is state statute. Okay. And I probably confused people more than I helped, but there's a difference.
Because they do have this appeals process to go through.
Okay. Okay.
And then, Mr. Romer, those are those crimes enumerated in that statute that
There's
as the
certain
personnel-
crimes.
Right.
No, but all crimes, all convictions.
Felony.
All felony convictions, regardless of whether they've been asterisked or not, for the purpose of certification, is still considered a conviction, and therefore, for that person to get certified, they would have to come before us. That's the
Right,
current policy.
right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Question.
I'm sorry.
Can we clean up this form?
Yes, sir. We'll get with the
Add
department.
add expungement there or
Add
something
it.
like that?
It was
Because
on
I know this form, and I know if we could just add that to
Yeah.
that, we'd be in good shape.
Yeah, I've already gotten with them on that.
And we don't need formal action on that, so, or do we?
No, you don't.
We do not, and we will do it.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve and a second, so, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none. So, your request has been approved, and you will be certified.
If the board approves it tomorrow.
I'm sorry, yes.
Tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Yes, next item, please.
The next item is item 5.6 on page 118, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Ms. Laura Saunders. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
I move approval of certification.
Okay, Mr. Lee, approved, and
second.
Ms. Fields has a second. So any discussion? Hearing none?
Sounded to me like a fairly
How many-
minor offense that occurred 12 years ago and was cleared up the year following the conviction.
I'm looking on page 128 and see something from 2005, so I am going to need some clarity before we move on. And also,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
curious if the individual's here today.
It was
She is not.
7
Okay.
years.
All right, question also.
Okay,
we-
so we had
Go ahead.
Mr. Lee. Are you finished? Ms.
Yes,
Bovee?
it was 7 years ago, I believe.
Okay, now Mr. Bennett.
I'm unclear with all the documentation. Are we really looking at just one conviction? Because I'm seeing a number of things here.
One conviction, but she has been arrested since. But I believe that is why you chose not to grant it last year when it was came before the
Yeah,
board.
so we're not just talking about one felony charge here.
You're talking of really one felony conviction, but there were more charges against her. Yes, sir.
What
One
happened to those
conviction.
charges?
I'm sure they could have been consolidated into one charge.
If you
One,
would, Ms. Davis, could you highlight what's happened since '05?
Well, she actually works for a spell in St. Helena Parish, and she resides in Mississippi right now and holds a Mississippi certificate, but would like to come back to Louisiana. And there has been one arrest since '05, but there was not a conviction.
It looks, if
That
you
arrest.
look on page 135 and 136, there are a number of, and I don't know, those, it looks like some of those are a repeat offense, and then there's some other convictions or charges, at least, on 136.
I know. I know.
When was the most recent arrest?
Yeah.
2007, but it was dismissed.
What page is that
It's
on?
on page 139.
And what was that for?
We're having
Marijuana possession.
Okay. We're also looking at a fraudulent check charge,
You know,
also a
7.
driving under the influence, a hit and run.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Also
Madam Chair.
obscene phone calls, all those.
Really?
Mr. Lee has a comment?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I erroneously thought it was one time, one offense,
Okay, so you
one
withdraw your
conviction.
motion? I think you made a motion.
I'm not only withdrawing my motion, I'm moving that it be denied.
I'd
Okay.
second that motion.
Okay, so any discussion?
No.
If not, we'll
Deny
deny,
now? Make the
motion to deny. And there was a second. Any other discussion? If not, we'll, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, so the motion to approve is denied. Motion to deny is approved. Yes, we're ready for the next item.
Your next item is item 5.7 on page 173, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Mr. Andrew Lloyd. We need a recommendation to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
And Mr. Lloyd is present as well. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to come?
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we grant.
Okay, motion to grant by Mr. Giat. Is second. Second by Ms. Bradford.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, now for discussion. Sir, would
I
you
had
like?
a question.
Okay.
Well, let's just hear from him first,
Okay.
and then I'll have a question.
Mr. Lloyd, you have the floor.
It's been a long procedure for Mr. Lloyd.
Yes.
I thank the committee for allowing me to come speak to you. I want to thank Sean Davis for walking me through all the paperwork. I unfortunately made a bad decision one time in my life, probably several times, but this was major. That was 21 years ago. I made restitution for that financially. I spent 11 months in a federal camp in Texarkana. I have, since that time, for 19 years, I've been teaching tennis at Evangel Academy in Shreveport, Louisiana. Sister Frances Duron was the head of school at that time. And as many of you know, her son, Denny Duron, was the head of the church that owned the school. She knew all about my conviction. She had known me prior to that. I've been in the tennis world for 52 years. I've taught tennis for 52 years. That doesn't make me a specialist, but I know a lot about it. That allowed me to be able to talk to kids at school. I teach 2 tennis classes. I get to use my experience to tell these kids that you have to have belief in God. You have to have an understanding that make right choices. And I made a bet. Most of the kids that I've taught know about my conviction. I kindly come here asking the committee to allow me to continue teaching at Evangel.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I know this is emotional, and so we do have a motion to grant and a second. So at this time, is there any opposition? Ms.
No, I just have a question. I appreciate you coming. I know it's difficult. I just had interest in where your degree was from.
My degree?
Uh-huh.
I have a BA degree from Trinity College in San Antonio. I graduated in 1965, 2 years prior to my making it to the quarterfinals in the U.S. Open.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Ms. Bolte?
Yeah. What will this certification, how will this certification serve you? I see that you're at a private school, is that
Yes,
correct?
it is.
And so help me understand how the certification will serve you. Is your continued employment at the school dependent upon receiving the certification?
Absolutely. Well, let me back up. I can only say that if I were running the school, it would be.
Non-public schools also have to have certified teachers.
They have to have 100% certified teachers?
They have to be
or-
qualified or certified by state standards.
He probably receives teacher pay with this certification. Are you?
Speak up, Shan.
Is it that you don't receive teacher pay without this certification? Are you on a substitute pay basis right now? because
No,
of this?
I'm not sure what the right term
Coach.
is. Does anybody know what SEPI means? Is that a good term? I am not a faculty person. I teach 2 tennis classes on the tennis courts.
Okay.
And I passed one of the tests about 3 years ago that allowed me to do that.
Okay, so may I ask, are you just interested in teaching tennis, or do you plan to go beyond?
Oh, no, ma'am. All I want to do is tennis.
I call for the question. The state also reviews the certifications and makes its non-public approvals currently contingent on certifications of the teachers.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee has called for the question, so any opposition to the motion? The motion is to grant, and it was seconded, so we're now asking if there's any opposition. If not, hearing none, the motion is approved. Next item?
Your next item is item 5.8.
Thank you.
On page 208, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Mr. John Michael Papa. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
Do we have a motion?
Madam
Mr.
Chairman,
Papa's here as well.
I have a question for staff.
Okay, Ms. Dastu?
Would this be a contingent approval? Because it sounds like a certificate has been expired for 10 years. So why wouldn't it be coming, why wouldn't he wait? And am I wrong? It's a 1-year extension, I'm sorry, to complete coursework?
That's fine.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Correct. He will have to apply for a 1-year extension. If you grant this issuance of a certificate, he's eligible for a 1-year extension, since there's so much time that's elapsed since it was revoked.
Did you advise him to go complete his coursework and then come here, then come to the board for certification?
I did. but he's been trying to obtain this for so long that he chose to pursue it anyway. If you want to make that contingent, that you will grant it once he's completed 6 hours, that's at the board's discretion.
Okay.
Ms. Shan, is he here?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Okay, can we have him come forward, please?
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Do we have a motion?
But he's not-
Okay, and we need a motion before we discuss, right? Or we want to,
It's not untypical to grant a year extension for
May I
someone
have your
who's been
attention,
on
please?
the
We need a motion to proceed.
I move approval.
Move approval by Mr. Lee. Do we have a second? Ms. Hill? Any discussion? Mr. Papa?
I'd just like to say thank y'all very much for having me, and thanks to Ms. Davis. She's been a wonderful help to me. And I know it's been a long time. I've been in the private sector for 20 years. I've held the same job for 20 years. I'll be married 20 years this November, and I really want to get back into the teaching field. That's why I've been trying to get this for so long. So I appreciate anything y'all do, and thank y'all again.
Madam
Okay,
Chair?
Do you, Ms. Bradford?
I'm going to ask the obvious question. Why do you want to go back into teaching?
Well, ma'am, I love working with kids. I always have. Stayed active coaching for the last 20 years at some of the playgrounds in St. Bernard Parish, and I really want to get back into the field. I love working with kids, and I feel I have a lot to offer.
Any other questions for Mr. Papa? Okay, the motion is to grant approval. There was a second, so at this time, is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is to approve Mr. Papa's, well, according to my colleagues here, tomorrow will confirm, but at this point, there has been a motion to grant approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item, 5.9.
Your next item is 5.9 on page 244, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Ms. Rachel Devilliers-Moreau. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
Motion from anyone?
Ms. Moore is here as well.
Ms. Hill, are you offering a motion?
Can I ask that Ms. Davis kind of review this situation with us?
Okay. Ms. Morrow just completed her coursework at ULL. She just finished the process, and she applied for a job in a district and disclosed this information. She was convicted of theft over $1,000, and she can give you more insight into exactly the amounts. She has made restitution. She does have a job lined up right now. She's met the criteria for certification, and the time has elapsed. She's met the terms of her probation, and she's seeking certification.
Wait, this occurred in 2004?
Yes, sir.
No offenses since
No
that time?
offenses since.
I move approval.
Okay, Mr. Lee moves to approve. Ms. Hill, second. To
I'd like
move to grant.
I'd like to
Am I
hear-
correct, Mr.
Yes,
Lee?
that's correct.
Okay,
Did
Ms.
you
Hill
say she's
seconds.
here?
Any opposition?
No.
Oh,
I'd
are we
like
wanting
to hear from
Okay, I'm
Mrs.
sorry.
Bradford.
Any discussion at this point? Hi. Ms. Morrow,
Yes.
you may address the board.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that through the whole process of going through everything that I've been through,
Shan.
I have the biggest thing that I've realized about myself is that no matter where I land, and no matter the decision of today, I am going to land on my feet, because I have determined over the years that I am much stronger and much braver than I ever gave myself credit for in the past. I waited a long time to go back to college after my conviction, out of fear and just uncertainty about what was right for myself, what was right for my family, which I had never really taken into consideration what was right for others before. It was just always about me and what I wanted and what I wasn't willing to wait for. And I decided to go back to college, and I have met all the conditions of my parole. I have
made. I actually was on parole for a time period of 3 years, at which time I asked for an extension in order to completely repay restitution, which was granted for 2 more years. I have never sought an expungement for my record because it does make me who I am today, which on the end is a much better person. So I would not change it for the world, because I've come out in a much better place than I ever thought I could be beforehand. So on that basis, I'm asking for approval. I have gone through UL, the full pre-K through 3, and I graduated in May, and it was never told to me that I might even have this problem. So honestly, this is really fresh, because I thought at the point that I graduated college, this was behind me. So.
Thank you for your honesty, and at this point,
I
we
have
need a
a
motion.
question.
Okay.
I think we have a motion.
Okay.
So you have a teaching position lined up, is that correct?
I do.
And where's that?
Southwest Elementary in St. Landry Parish.
In St. Landry Parish. And are they aware of the prior arrest?
They are.
Okay.
They are. And actually today's the 3rd day of school. I was there Friday and today. And they actually allowed a paraprofessional to take my class for the day for me to come here.
And what grade is it?
2nd grade.
I'll call the question and encourage you to go back to school.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none. It is approved. The motion is to grant. So we will confirm tomorrow at the meeting, the BESE meeting scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. This concludes the meeting? Or do we have one more? Okay, one more.
Your next item is item 5.10 on page 266, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Mr. Micah Leland Turner. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
Okay, at this time, do we have a motion?
I move to grant.
Ms. Bradford moves to grant. Do I have a
Second.
second? Mr. Lee, second. Is he?
Yes, he's here.
He's here. Mr. Turner. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration. Like many other people who came before me, I made a bad decision just over 10 years ago, or right at 10 years ago. I've made restitution. I believe myself and my family have made many sacrifices to rehabilitate myself. I've gone back to school. I currently have a job at Prescott Middle School, contingent on the board's decision.
Okay,
Thank you again, and I'll wait your decision.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Turner? Anyone?
You did make restitution?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, any opposition to the motion or any other discussion? Do we have any discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is to grant approval. So that will be confirmed at BESE's meeting tomorrow.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. This concludes.
That is our last item for this agenda. We will transition to the Administration and Finance Committee meeting in 5 minutes.
Wait, now who made that decision?
What?
That the next committee will meet in 5 minutes. What's that girl's name? Pardon?
We're going to go ahead and start the Administration and Finance Committee. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Ms. Lottie Beebe.
Here.
Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett. Here. Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bofi. Ms. Bofi is absent. Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Dastiu. Ms. Dastiu is absent. Mr. Garvey. Mr. Garvey absent. Mr. Gio.
Here.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill present. Mr. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones. Ms. Orange Jones is absent. Mr. Romer. Mr. Romer is absent. You do have a quorum.
Next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda, adding item 6.1.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Walter, Mr. Lee moved. Mr. Bennett seconded it. Any objection? It passes. Next item.
Item 3.1, consideration of federal and state grants and allocations to LEAs, Type 2 charters, approved non-public schools, and community-based organizations. There are actually two recommendations or two parts to this executive recommendation. The first recommendation is to approve the allocation, and the second recommendation is to approve the RFA. Page 27.
Do I have a motion to approve the application? Allocation, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I just need a little help understanding. This is 3.4 million, I believe. And it says, I'm not sure who it's with, who the contract's with. But it says it serves high-need students in the LEAs that are negatively impacting the LEA's budget. I don't understand what that's saying. Which item you're looking at? On page 29.
Who should we call on to give clarification?
This is the high risk. This is the high risk pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
The high risk pool is a set of federal funds designated specifically for competitive application to serve the most physically, mentally, or emotionally disabled youth who are, frankly, they cost such a significant amount to serve that our formula, the MFP, really does not account for them, and nor would the traditional allocation of IDEA funds count for them. Thus, individual LEAs apply for extra funds to provide services to these kids. As you know, we do weight funding for children with special needs across 3 tiers, but there are some whose needs are so exaggerated that they vastly exceed that, and all we're doing is giving LEAs access to a little bit of extra money to service that. I should also, by the way, introduce Stephen Osborne, who is the new head of what was formerly federal programs. We're now calling it student programs. Stephen comes from New Orleans and was the chief operating officer at the UNO New Beginnings Charter Management Organization. And we're going to talk a fair amount in this session about some of the work that Stephen's done, but safe to say that he's already, in many ways, revolutionized what's going on in federal programs in our state. So I thank him. But this is a pre-existing program, and we've enlarged it slightly because Stephen and his team have found additional funds within IDEA.
And it is one where there will be a request for proposals, a competitive process?
There is one where we are making the awards based on proposals that have come to us already.
Does this cover most of the state?
Yes, this includes the entire state. Every single LEA is required to apply for high-risk pool loan. Essentially, the criteria is you must have a student that costs 3 times above the state average for students that have a disability. In the application process, which started in June, thank you. I apologize for that. We require the LEAs to submit supporting documentation along with their application to support the additional expenses of the students in question. So it's roughly students that cost, I believe it's approximately $27,000 to $30,000 per student to educate.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Do I have a motion to approve the allowance?
Yes. So
Mr. Garvey?
Second.
Before we leave this item, I have another motion to make on this item.
Well, let's deal with this one, and then we'll move to the next one. Any further discussion on the, on this motion to approve the allowance? Any objection to the motion? It passes. Ms. Osiak?
And now a motion to approve the RFA for the grant. We just approved that, you all just approved the allocations. And the second part of the executive recommendation is to approve the RFA.
And you're looking at me?
So moved.
Or anyone on that
Yeah,
side.
is there a motion to approve the RFA? RFA? Okay. Okay.
And I'll second that
Is there a
motion to
second?
approve the
Ms.
RFA.
Bastu. Any discussion?
I wanna, does this cover page 53, this motion? The CFDA, number NA, whatever that is. This is non-public school early childhood development. Tell me about that. What is it?
This is the NSECD program, which is the state-funded, non-public school pre-kindergarten program, where we are the grant administrator of the administering agency for the disbursement of these funds.
Does it pay for, what, are these economically deprived, or is it?
Why don't we speak to it, Beth? I do think it's worth noting that you'll notice that the allocations on a per school basis are actually relatively small. The per capita on this, I believe, is roughly 2,500 or somewhere thereabouts, so it's a small per capita, but it does expand our pre-K portfolio across the state.
What I'm looking at, 6.8 million.
This is a federal program.
It's on page 53.
Yes, but in terms of what I'm pointing to, Mr. Lee, is the number of students who are served. You see that on a by-school basis, you're talking about relatively small allocations, 80,000, 60,000, et cetera, on that page 53.
But I guess my question is, how is it determined who participates?
This is Beth Sienna with the department. This is the program that was formerly administered through the governor's office that has now come for the first time under the department. There are some pre-established rules that govern this program, and it deals with non-public schools. I believe some of the criteria talks about is awarded on a per pupil basis based on the credentials and students' ability in maintaining the 70% allowance.
May I just highlight, however, that the intent of moving NSECD to this agency is to bring it in line with Act 3 of this year's legislative session, which creates uniform criteria for the licensing of early childhood centers and pre-K programs. We are to come back to this board by December with policy recommendations regarding that system of academic accountability. And what that system will do is to bring the disbursement of LA4 funds, Title I, et cetera, in line with this program, NSECD, so that essentially the criteria for disbursement are academic and are the same across those funding streams.
And it is based on poverty. The money is given out on poverty.
That's what my question would
Yes.
be. In regular public schools, it's the funding. It's not state money, but it's funded based on qualifying for Title I.
And this is based on 200% of the poverty rating, is a criteria established in the current program for this application.
We have a motion on the floor relative to
I have a
approving.
question.
Question?
Yes. Is this are these federal funds?
No, these are state funds.
So this is part of the governor's, this is a line item in the budget?
It is, that it's now been transferred to the agency to administer and cooperatively with our other pre-K programs.
So for clarification, I think we're talking about two separate things here. I believe that we're on the 3.4 million relative to request for approval, and this is a different discussion, which is fine. But is that correct?
No, I had asked a while ago if this motion covered page 53. And I thought you said it did. Now, if it doesn't, then it's not pertinent to the motion.
Yes, so this question is relative to the allocations. There was a motion, and the board approved that motion to approve the allocations.
Right,
There was
it's
a
the
second
RFA.
motion for the board to approve the RFA,
Right.
and the board approved it.
We haven't voted on the RFA yet.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's on the floor.
No, you haven't voted yet.
Yeah, we haven't voted yet. Discussion is still open on that issue.
Okay. You confused me.
I have a question. How do these schools, how is the funding allocated per school, like? And how many children are we serving? I think, I don't know if I understand, but you'll be looking at $6.8 million. So I guess my question would be, how many students are we serving? And not only that, how is the funding allocated per school? Who makes the determination? Is there anyone that can answer?
Now, we're referring to the just for clarity, the 6.8 million on page 53? Ms.
Correct.
Hill?
Correct.
Okay.
It's about a $5,600 per student allocation. I don't have the student counts right in front of me, but we certainly can get those for you.
I remember in the session, we were talking, it was roughly 1,300 kids in the program. Also, it's just for a point of clarity for the board, this was recently transferred to the department after the legislative session had essentially created this Act 3 construct to bring. We also brought other staff over into the department from the Division of Child and Family Services to consolidate pre-kindergarten in this agency. As a result, the determinations about the application process for this year, all of those things had already been completed, and this is essentially, we are in this year just administering the dollars. The hope is, obviously, that in future years, these allocation decisions will be made in line with an academic standard, and that we will be able to set forth our own process for which schools are eligible and so on.
So right now it's just open?
It was administered by the administration, not by the Department of Education. Previously, the allocations were made. We're dispersing the dollars. In future years, we will have a process in line with Act 3, and we'll be bringing that process back to you in December.
Ms. Dastu?
I'll just say this is similar to the discussion we had earlier. This is, we're going to be approving policy in December around Act 3, and at that point, as I understand it, these dollars and these schools will have to comply. And we'll go into the early childhood policies. We'll have to adhere to the policies. So at this point in the process, we're approving the dollars. It sounds like the decisions were made within the state agency, within the governor's office, correct?
They were, and I am told by them that this is status quo from last year. So
Nothing
these are the
changed.
Same schools that received it last year.
And so we should communicate to schools that there will very likely be some very significant changes, as it will be all pre-K providers who rely on state dollars next year under Act 3 and the board's new policies, correct?
Get whatever policies the board and the
Okay.
legislature then adopt, yes.
But we do have results from this program.
We do. We measure results. We do site visits in accordance
And
with
they've been
the
very
program.
successful, from what I understand.
Actually, they have been quite successful. That's correct, yes. And there was a study issued about 2 months ago that shows comparison sets of kids going to NSCCD schools and kids going to other schools, and the NSCCD kids do very favorably. That was reported, I think, roughly 2 months ago. I'd be happy to get more information for the board.
Okay.
Any further discussion on approval of the RFA process? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Mr. Grover.
Before we go to the next item, I have a motion on this subject. Let me give the background for the motion. My understanding is that the Department of Education, and this has to do with the $3.4 million that we just addressed, the department is going to be ready to allocate or award the grants under this item in between two BESE meetings, and they would rather not wait until the next BESE meeting for us to approve it and delay the process. So they would like to have interim authority to grant these grants, and so I'm making the following motion in order to give them the authority.
Which item are you referring to?
This is item 3.1 that we just covered, and it has to do with the $3.4 million in that item.
Which page?
Page 27, I believe.
Page 27.
The RFA was actually passed out to board members, the actual request for applications on this.
Yeah, I think that there are two separate special education items in connection with that are being discussed here. One is the high-risk pool. That proposal or request for proposals is out. It's been received back. You're approving the disbursement, the allocation. The second piece is the approval of the request for application. And as Mr. Garvey said, we are under some time constraints on this. Let me just tell you the story behind this situation. Mr. Osborne, part of his charge is to identify where within the roughly $1 billion that the state administers in federal funds are there dollars that are held centrally that should be in the field. It is generally our contention that there is some duplicative functionality within the state that would allow more dollars to be spent in the field. When we consolidated our academic supports into the network structure, what we realized is that our STEM group had its own IDEA-funded professional development, our literacy group did, our college and career readiness group did. Essentially, similar trainings were sitting across different offices that weren't talking to each other. And so we found $3.4 million in $4 million in potential savings we could give to schools. We wish we'd found this months ago. We just found it recently because Mr. Osborne and his team just came on recently. And so what we're proposing is to create for this year a grant program that would allow schools to apply, LEAs to apply. They would say, we have a program whereby we can use these funds to put our students with disabilities in the least restrictive environment. And we would use this as an engine of innovation to have students who have disabilities learn at a Common Core level in the least restrictive environment. So we would have examples across the state of well-funded servicing of students who have IEPs in the least restrictive environment. And that is what we're proposing for your consideration today. The RFA is here and would be released upon the board approving it.
If I could, we could restate the motion, and I'll need to get ask for a second.
I haven't stated it yet.
Huh?
I haven't stated it yet.
Okay.
But Ms. Bosniak, you wanted to clarify something? Okay, well then I'll clarify it. I said earlier that the motion would be to give the department the authority, interim authority to approve these items, but actually what it's going to do is give a 5-member subgroup of BESE the authority to approve these items, not the department. It'll be 5 BESE members. So the motion is, in an attempt to distribute this funding to schools as quickly as possible, I move that we appoint an administration and finance working group, which is going to be the BESE members, to review and approve these allocations. The working group will include the co-chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee, the BESE President, and 2 other BESE members appointed by the co-chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee, and that all board members will be notified of these approvals within 48 hours.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Ms. Dastu?
I have a question. I have a problem with that. When we give so much autonomy to the officers and certain board members on particular items, because some board members are not even informed until after the process or to the last minute. So I think that as a board, we need to work together. We always talk about accountability, transparency. I think that we need to work together as a board to make these decisions, and just giving a certain group so much autonomy to make these decisions and then come to other board members and say this is what it is, and then we have to move forward. So I disagree with Mr. Garvey's motion, because I feel that we all are here as board members and we represent constituents, and so I think that we all should be included in the process if we're going to talk about transparency.
Well, Ms. Hill, I believe the way that you'll be included, they'll ask for volunteers to fill the positions.
I know, but we say that, but that doesn't happen. So that's why I'm putting it out there. That's all. That's all.
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I need a bit of clarification. On page 35, it looks like that is the allocation for the $3.4 million. And I'm wondering is that the proposed allocation? If it is, why couldn't we just go on and approve it?
I think we're talking about two different things.
I may have been wrong when I said that this applies to the 3.4 million. This,
Yeah, I can speak to it. Bridget Devlin with the department. This exec rec is apparently confusing. I apologize. You can put all the blame for that on me. There were the allocations that you see, these 12 allocations, which did include that 3.4 high-risk grant. That was in the group of allocations that you approved originally. This is $4 million additional IDEA dollars that we would like to distribute using this Believe and Include RFA, which you have also approved. So it is two separate pools of money. So the 3.4 will be distributed to the identified recipients on page 35, and then the $4 million will be distributed to the recipients that are awarded through the RFA.
Okay, I've got some questions about this. First of all, the allocation of 3.4 million. How were these allocations made? How was it determined?
It's through a competitive allocation process that starts with an assessment of the need to serve specific children or groups of children. In other words, as Mr. Osborne mentioned, these are for students whose cost averages cost to serve 3 times what the MFP would be. So the LEA applies to serve those specific kids.
Okay, did all school systems know they could apply?
Yes, and this is an ongoing process.
Okay. Second question would be, now you just said, did you just say 4 million?
Which is for a different
and is
grant.
Is it on the agenda anywhere?
It is, and it all probably more substantively has been passed out in terms of the form of the RFA has been passed out to you. It is, but it is included in this item.
It's included in
approval for the RFA is included in this item. Is that correct?
Yes. And Mr. Lee, if you look at the exec rec, it is the last paragraph. I believe it goes on to the second page, so it gets cut in half.
Which page?
On page 27, the end of page 27 is where it is, where we begin to discuss it.
Okay.
But it is an allocation, so it did fit underneath this item on the agenda.
And let me just, to be clear on this, we have cut $4 million in what otherwise would have been duplicative trainings to give money to schools.
Thanks for that clarification.
I have a question. So the $4 million would be in addition to the 21 million?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
The 4 million is a part of the 21 million. That's right.
Yeah, the 21 million we have identified the applicants. We are asking for your approval to allocate that money. The 4 million is separate.
4 million is in addition to the 21. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion?
I do.
Ms. Hill is in opposition. Motion carries. Next item.
If I may, Mr. Gee, I'd like it to be a part of record that I am interested in serving on the committee.
If you note that Ms. Beebe is interested in serving, please.
And Ms. Adams, you can also note that I'm interested in serving on the committee as well.
And Ms. Hill is also interested in serving.
Item 3.2, contracts and leases, consideration of contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. This executive recommendation can be found on page 58 of your packets. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ms. Dastu, second.
And I will note, actually, for board members, there was a revised recommendation for this that was passed out to you at the beginning of this meeting for item 3.2.
Okay, so.
What?
That's
I
this
didn't
right here.
understand that.
There's you've been handed out a revised 3.2. It's stapled together.
What's the change from what's the change from our packets to this?
There are no new contracts. The department decided not to bring some contracts forward for approval.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand her.
She
It's a
said there are no-
removal, it's a removal of contracts, correct?
No new contracts. The department has removed the new contracts for approval at this meeting. But before we go further, do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Garvey is seconded. Ms. Beebe?
Okay.
Miss-
I certainly want to be a team player. I don't care to be labeled as someone who grandstands, but I think a couple of meetings ago, I stated that, these last-minute changes are unacceptable, and I can tell you what the change is. We're removing the Teach for America contract, and this information that was disseminated, I received in my packet about today's revision. I received a packet. The public received information. And for us to approve this piece of paper that was presented, we're deceiving the public. I believe in transparency, and I want to discuss the Teach for America contract to ask the question, why is it deleted?
Who should respond to that? Why the Teach for America contract was removed from the item today? Somebody from the department?
I'm happy to respond. We have a member of the board who is affiliated with Teach for America. There are pending decisions regarding her, the relationship between Teach for America, the board, and her sitting on the board. More prudent to make a decision on a contract until after such decision has been rendered.
But that's not my problem. Her problem is not my problem.
I didn't say that it was. I said that it was our recommendation that it be removed.
September 1st, this becomes an emergency, which grants you the authority to prove anything under $1 million. This is deception.
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Beebe, I was part of the decision. This is a deferral. It may not be looked that way, but it is the intention to bring these contracts for the board, this board, in October, really with acknowledgement of the member of the board who may have a conflict, and it was advised and determined that's the best interest of the board not to take action on these contracts until a decision is rendered. Because I would beg to differ a little bit, that doesn't not only not affect this one member, it may affect the whole board. So it was my decision to defer this until October because I believed it was in the best interest of the board to do so.
Okay, and may I respond, Mr. Garvey? See, moving forward, and I do have an item that is coming up whereby I am going to question staff. The fact remains that staff has an obligation to us to be transparent, to be open and honest, and it would not have hurt. I would have accepted it. If someone would have called to say, me individually, to say, we have a problem, we're postponing this, but to present this to me this morning is unacceptable.
We're not asking you to prove, nothing is being put on the agenda. Actually, you're
removing it.
That's right.
And
so how are you somehow prejudiced by being asked to defer on something? It's not like something is being brought to you without the time to deliberate on a decision. We're actually asking for more time on this decision.
Well,
how are you compromised,
Well,
Ms. Gibby?
if you would allow me to respond, as I stated, this September 1st, the TFA contract is to begin. Am I correct? And so if we don't meet until after the contract period, then that will more or less call Mr. White to respond with approval. He has the authority. We have given him that approval
He
to
does
act.
not. That's not correct, Ms. Gibby.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, if I might have one of our staff members respond to that allegation.
Ms. Devlin.
Bridget Devlin with the department. Ms. Beebe, the superintendent actually, and it's the superintendent, the president of the board, and the two admin and finance chair people have the authority to approve anything on an interim approval that is below $250,000. We actually needed the motion that Mr. Garvey just made on our previous item so that we could have the interim approval for the $4 million, needed that extra motion, that special motion, and that 5-person subcommittee to do that. That's why we needed to have that. The interim approval is actually only up to $250,000.
It has to come back before the board, Ms. Phoebe.
Mr. Garvey?
I acknowledge.
Mr. Garvey?
Well, I was going to make that point, that even if the superintendent and those other BESE members were to approve something interim under $250,000, it still has to come back to the board for final approval, correct?
Yes.
Come back to the board to receive.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I do have a question.
Mr. Lee?
I might be looking at this wrong, but I just need a little clarification. It looks like on page 62, there was, I guess this is one that's been pulled, the 968,000.
Yes.
Item 8. But on this, what was sent to us, it looked like there was also 2 others later on in another agenda item, and it all totals about $1.5 million. I don't know why on page 101 there are 2 other contracts.
I believe under 4.2, we're going to address the other Teach for America contracts. Is that correct?
But why? I guess
One is a state contract, and that is why it's underneath 3.2, which are LDE contracts and leases. The other 2, I believe you're mentioning, are RFC contracts, and that is why they are underneath item 4.2.
But altogether, it's a little over $1.5 million. And I don't fully understand what this is for. I know it's Teach for America, but that's about all I know.
Well, I just...
And I don't, I know the law changed the requirement that charter schools, teachers be required to be certified. So, and I've heard that there are parishes that had a surplus of teachers, and maybe not all of these could be placed. So I just don't know enough about. I know $1.5 million is a good bit of money. It's, I guess, for recruiting and training, but that's what colleges and universities are for, and that's why now certification's not required for a lot of the teachers. I just don't understand it.
Who would be appropriate to clarify the Teach for America funding source?
Because these contracts were not being brought forward today, there is no one actually prepared to speak to these items.
I don't believe I asked the director to respond. I thought this was a discussion among board members.
I'm happy to say what the money is for and what but to Ms. Posniak's point, we're not hearing it as but I think it's fine to discuss it.
Yeah, and I'm just asking an open, honest question.
Essentially, it is to recruit high potential teachers to our state, to prepare them, and then to place them in roles, and then to support them for 2 years. And that ranges from areas where there is simply a very high need to areas where there are charter schools and so on as well. And these are for principals and superintendents who are saying, we want these people to help lead our classrooms. But given that we're not hearing it today, I look forward to the board to discussing this topic when we do bring this contract in October, and have no interest in anything other than that.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll defer further discussion.
Ms. Hill?
I have several questions. Everyone has the opportunity. I guess my first question would be, since we are deferring the contract, I just want an answer. So, according to the documentation we have in the book, for September 2001, 2012, this contract would no longer be in existence, Superintendent White, since we're pulling it, so it would not start next month. The Teacher for America contract would not start next month because it's not, we're deferring it to October. Is that correct? Are we eliminated it?
We're not eliminating it, we're just keeping it on the docket to defer until October.
Okay, so when October comes, and if the board approves it, then it's going to go into effect? That's what you're saying?
It's going to go into what? Can you
Well,
speak up?
that's what happens when when the contract is up in front of the board. If the board votes favorably for it, it then becomes approved.
Okay. Secondly, I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Dastu said. She says that this will impact the entire board. My question is, what is the critical issue that, okay, we have to defer because of a board member, but at the end of the day, we're trying to hire 520 highly qualified teachers. So I'm quite sure there are other vendors out there that we can solicit or get approved that will be willing to take a contract instead of wait on a decision for one particular, because at the end of the day, we still need 520 highly qualified teachers that we're trying to allow Teach for America to recruit. And if we have to wait till October and it comes back in front of the board, at the end of the day, we're really, like Ms. Beebe said, defeating the purpose and deceiving the public. So I'm just trying to figure out what's the critical need, why we just
Well,
can't do it now?
we're not, as I said, we're not hearing the Teach for America contract today, so I think it's a discussion best had in October. However, to your question around whether there are other vendors, frankly, I don't think there are other vendors. 20% of the seniors at Spelman applied to Teach for America this year. Not as is there only no other teacher recruiter that had 20% of the seniors at Spelman College apply this year, but there is no other employer that had 20% of the seniors at Spelman College apply this year. So I actually don't think that there's anyone else that's doing what they're doing. But one way or the other, we're happy to have the discussion or the debate in October. We're just not hearing it today.
Okay, my next question would be, and that's your personal opinion, but however, the next question would be, we have 2 other Teacher for America contracts in here, why wouldn't they pull?
I believe they are pulled.
Okay, so we are pulling all the Teacher for America contracts
Yes.
till October.
We're not to that item yet.
I'm just saying, I mean, that's what we're doing as a board.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay.
Ms. Beebe?
Okay, in light of the fact that we received published documents, and they just conveniently disappeared this morning through this document, shouldn't we make a motion to defer?
Well, I'm going to have Ms. Posiak comment on when they were available. When were these documents available, the revised agenda?
So there was a revised executive recommendation yesterday. Board members received a note from me. We did repost the revised executive recommendation. It did not change the agenda item. The agenda item is still to consider contracts and leases of above $50,000. So there was no change to the agenda. There was a revision to the executive recommendation. It has been practice that the board members would receive notification of that. Again, we also posted this to the public online, and then for board members to receive a hard copy at the meeting as well.
Okay, and just to further respond, to say that Teach for America is the venue to recruit, we have Teach Louisiana. In fact, as a personnel director, I use Teach Louisiana all the time. There were reports presented to BESE that we do have people waiting to be hired, certified teachers. As Mr. Lee pointed out, I just read an article, a school district is laying off.
May I just make a quick point? I don't doubt, you have your opinions, a lot of people have opinions about this issue, obviously. All we have done is propose that given that in the next several days there is an event that will, I'm assuming, dramatically affect the mindsets and viewpoints of people on this issue, why don't we just wait until after that event? I think that's the most honest, transparent thing we could possibly do. So let's just let it play out. We'll come back in October. We'll consider whether it's a valid thing, and we can shake our heads and scoff at it and everything, Ms. Hill. But in the end, that seems like the right thing to do. I don't see how you could argue against that. So let's just do that, and let's move on with the agenda.
We have point of order. Do we have a motion on the floor?
We do have a motion on the floor.
I'll call a question.
We have one public comment that I'm going to accept it.
Yeah, and I've got a question on a different item.
Okay, let's go ahead and have the public comment if we could. Mr. Meyer?
You have to call for 2/3 vote. When someone calls a question, you call for 2/3 vote. I'm calling the question, and then you stop the debate. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Lee Meyer. I'm with the Assumption Parish School Board and Vice President of Louisiana School Board Association.
You're right.
I had no intentions of talking today for many reasons. One of them being is your minds are made up before we even got here today. And that's a sad thing for public education in Louisiana. because I've been listening. You can shake your head. I know it. I've been watching you shake your head. I don't see anything in here. I saw LEA one time. Rest of this is for special ed, charter schools, RSDs, and what hurt me the most is when I just heard Teach for America. We've got the finest people in the state coming out of our colleges, coming out of our alternative certification programs, and I think you understand that. And she's gone. What I'm trying to tell you is, I read an article a few weeks ago where we are losing our students, our graduates, to other states. And we're bringing in people from all over the United States to run our public education system. Mr. John White is a fine young man. I don't have a problem with Mr. John White at all. I respect him. I respect his ability. It just makes me wonder where he gets all of his knowledge to be able to run the state of Louisiana. The 10% rule that y'all heard about. How many of you know Jack Welch, CEO of GE? You know what Mr. Jack Welch's proposal was for making a company like GE successful? Every year, fire 10% of your employees. Every year. Look it up. That's his method. Same thing sounds like our method. Get rid of 10% every year. You just said...
Mr. Meyer, we have 30 seconds remaining.
Here we go again. You didn't tell me I had 3 minutes. Can I use Mr. Scott Richard's 3 minutes that he had?
You cannot.
I cannot, but everybody else got to stand up here again. You're telling me I can't speak. Well, Ms. Hill, I'm very proud of you, okay? Mr. Walter Lee, I'm very proud of you for standing up just now. Ms. Lottie Beebe, I love you like a sister. You just said, Mr. Garvey, that you needed the approval of the board president, the two chairmen. Neither one of these chairmen knew that y'all pulled the Teach for America contract.
Your time's up, and I did know that.
Well, why didn't you say that a while ago when you said, who can tell us about this?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Man, you've turned into one of them.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I
Ms.
think
Buck.
that it's important that the record indicates that we have no intention of 10% of our teachers being fired every year. That
I didn't insinuate that. I said, did you know where it came from? Recap the ALEX policy.
I think it's very important.
Get rid of 10% a year, okay?
I think it's very important that we make sure that our constituents understand that 10% of our teachers will not be let go every year. That 10% is a marker as part of our evaluation system that will identify the people who are ineffective, which will then give our school systems the opportunity to direct resources to support our educators in improving for students.
I might just like to make a final comment.
Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
We
Any
call
fur-
the question.
Okay, yeah, let's, any opposition to the motion on the floor?
Oh, well, I'd like to speak. I wasn't.
But the question's been called, Ms. Hill.
I object.
You have to vote on the question.
Do we
You
have to
vote on
vote
the
on
call
the
the
question?
question.
Okay, is that a roll call, or is that?
Any way you want to do it.
Let's do the roll call.
Let's do a roll call vote on the question.
On the question?
Mhm.
So disrespectful.
Ms. Beebe?
No.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Volpe?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Dastiu?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
No.
Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Romer? Still here? 4 yes, 4 no. Mr. Gilliard, do you want to vote?
Yes.
Motion passed.
No, it doesn't. It's going to be a two-thirds.
It's gotta be
It's
two-thirds.
two-thirds.
Wait. Well, how many we have?
So we open the
You go to
discussion.
Ms. Hill.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Lee.
Just for the record, I want to say that I did have another item that I had a question on that I had asked that I'd be able to address, but.
Okay, well,
No, it's, the board has voted.
It
The
failed.
committee has voted.
It didn't pass. It failed. Discussion's open again.
I thought you voted yes.
It has to be 2/3.
He didn't break the tie. I mean, he broke
Has
the
to be
tie. but he didn't-
2/3?
We need another vote.
Well, I'm reluctant to raise this question because I'm not looking for all this kind of discussion, but I do have a question about item 9 on page 62. It says new teacher project. Now, I'm just going by the words that I'm reading. It says new teacher. Original contract was $979,000. We're amending it for $1,139,000, making a total of $2,100,000. I don't know what that is.
Could I get clarification from the department?
No, not Ms.
Well,
Beebe.
Mr.
I
Harvey,
don't need her
while we're waiting for
clarification.
them to come, I can tell you,
I
Mr.
don't,
Lee.
Mr. Gar, Mr. Gale.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
I don't need another board member's explanation. I'd like to hear.
I was asking from the department.
The new teacher project serves us in a variety of ways, and in particular, they are a vendor that we have hired for implementation on a couple of areas. Number one is the Compass implementation, where they will be providing statewide training.
Okay, so it's not just new teachers.
It's not new teachers at all.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is
Okay.
Act 1 implementation, where they're providing 70 parish school systems and, roughly 80 other LEAs across the state with labor training on amending their contracts to be in
Okay.
compliance with Act 1.
That explains it, and I appreciate it.
I have a question about the new, because I'm new to this, so can someone explain to me, it don't matter, board member, department, who is the new teacher project? I mean, where the contract as far as the new teacher, who is the new teacher project? What is the new teacher project?
It's a nonprofit organization that's worked with us in a variety of capacities. I think since the late 90s, they have helped us design our alternative certification programs here. Then over time, they've helped us with some teacher recruitment and addressing our internal processes. They've done a lot on the Compass system. They helped us develop the Compass rubric. They helped us do a lot of the trainings. They've designed a lot of the trainings over time on the Compass process. And this is essentially a repurposing of AG dollars that we're going toward curricular issues associated with our literacy and STEM offices toward our priority of our Compass and Common Core implementation. So they're addressing the Compass system.
So are these,
Act 54.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So this is the use of AG dollars that's already been approved in this year's budget, AG budget, to go in statewide, to go to this, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the board has already approved these dollars under this year's AG budget to this purpose.
Mr. Gill.
Yes, Ms. Beebe.
Just to respond to Ms. Hill, who is the new teacher project, people like Bill and Melinda Gates, Michelle Reed, Paul Pastorek, and the list goes on.
So the funds go to that?
Any further discussion? Ms. Hill?
I'm just curious, I don't know.
It's a nonprofit organization, and I don't know, I don't think any of those people work for them. I think you're right, the organization, its original CEO was Michelle Reed. But just to get pragmatic about it and take it out of the politics, the New Teacher Project has worked in Louisiana for 13 or 14 years, I think. I think that's the duration of it, and has a long history of working on issues of our teacher pipelines. Those systems wouldn't be what they were not for them. This was approved because we needed to prioritize Compass and the implementation of Act 54 some time ago for AG dollars. They're the vendor on this.
Ms. Buffy?
Thank you for
Buffy?
prioritizing Compass, Superintendent White.
Thank you. And by the way, we trained, in the legislative session, there was a lot of questions, well, it's too early. In fact, there were members of this board who were concerned at some point it's too early to move ahead with the Compass system. We trained 6,000 observers this summer on the Compass system. The Human Capital Information System is up and running, and we have started school with the Compass system up and running. So actually, I think the plan for implementation is working. I thank the board for letting us prioritize it, and this is a continuation of this work.
Any further discussion? Could we restate the motion, please?
Mr. approve the allocation, the contract release of 50,000 and over. That was revised.
Any objection?
I object.
Ms. Beebe objects.
I second.
Ms. Hill objects. Motion passes. Next item.
Item 4.1, consideration of the 2012-2013 budget for the Recovery School District. The recommendation is to approve.
So moved.
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Ms. Dastu?
Yeah.
Is
We're
there a
approving the
second?
budget that was presented to the board last month for review, and this.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Bofi? Any discussion?
Is this information just been handed to us? Is this anything different from what we have?
Clarification on the handouts that are being handed out. Is there any difference here?
This is a color copy.
This was page 89, I believe, in your book.
Yeah.
Without
Asking
any,
for discussion?
I was asking if there was discussion. If not, we'll.
Yes, and as it appears here, I know the question I'm about to ask will not be well received. But are we experiencing any deficits? Because I have heard from constituents that there is, some are being given partial salaries within the RSD.
Well, I first of all, I received your question with open arms, so thank you for asking it. I don't know about, of course, in any organization, I would imagine in St. Landry, there are people who are paid part-time. Of course, in the Recovery School District, we have that. I do think that there are changes in personnel in the Recovery School District, and let me respond to why. Number one, we replaced several schools last year that were district schools, and now they are charter schools. Charter schools, the Recovery School District operates on 1.75 cents on the dollar, so they reduced staff because they had less revenue. At the same time, the RSD took over schools in Baton Rouge for direct running, and so they increased their staff presence in Baton Rouge. So you see here that a reflection of a budget that's relatively status quo, but where there have been staff changes, as you note, because we have less direct management in New Orleans, more direct management in Baton Rouge.
So, but you're saying the reason for the reduction in salary is because they're removed from full-time to part-time? Is
That could be the case with some staff. There have been a lot of staff changes, as there are in any district year over year, but this is a district that's designed to change because it's constantly revising its strategies regarding school turnaround, and that's what your question, I think, is attributable to. Also, with respect to the issues that you had raised before regarding concerns about payments to specific vendors, those payments have been made, as you know.
Any further discussion? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Item 4.2, consideration of RSD contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The recommendation is to approve.
We're on 4.2. The recommendation is to approve. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Dastu, Ms. Bradford, could I have a clarification on 4.2 relative to the Teach for America piece?
No, Durham. Is that 4.2?
4.2.
Right, but it was not Teach for America, it was Durham.
Well, I'd like to,
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, and I know that you're all aware, I think sometimes in June we received a demand letter regarding Durham transportation. And at that point in time, I reached out to Superintendent White to give a status report. I asked for it to be added to the agenda, but practically wrote a dissertation by way of emails to get my request granted. So we're using this opportunity to ask Mr. White to respond to the Durham matter or our Superintendent Doe Board because we're talking about approximately $8 million. And I do know in an email response to from Mr. White, he stated that it was would be reconciled through FEMA monies, and so I would ask that someone speak to the demand letter and the steps taken to remedy that situation. I've read about it in the news, however, but I'd just like staff to inform me.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Beebe. Mr. Dobar?
Yeah,
Superintendent Dobar?
Mr. Chairman, board members, Patrick Dobar, Superintendent at RSD. So board members and Ms. Beebe in particular, on this particular item, as you're aware that we have settled the debt with Durham that was approximately $7.2 million for bus transportation. We paid that debt off on July 30th. And one of the main reasons was that the reconciliation of grant funding at the end of the fiscal year, we basically got that reconciled. We were able to get substantial payments from those reconciliations that allowed us to satisfy the debt. We worked very closely with the CEOs from Durham. As recently as 2 weeks ago when school started, I actually and some of my staff, we rode buses to ensure that the service was properly proper and in order, and it was. We're continually trying to drive the cost of transportation down, to be quite frank, in New Orleans. And so one of the things we've done since we've satisfied the obligations is to, with the new contract with them, which is through January, is then we're looking at, with partners along in the city, OPSB operated schools as well as RSD schools, and we will reach out to the non-public schools on discussing how can we better utilize, let's say, the RTA in New Orleans, which is the mass transit system there, where formerly, before Katrina, the majority of students rode the bus, what we call the public bus, and we paid for that using bus tokens, bus tickets. And most of our high schools are doing that now. We actually started that negotiation really last year with Superintendent White was at the RSD, and continue that on. But then also, how can we ensure the quality that we want for our children from companies like Durham or someone similar to that as well, and still drive the cost down? Because 4 years ago, it was an enormous amount, and I think board members that were here that were following it know that the RSD has reduced that cost significantly. So we satisfied the debt. We're in good standing with them, and we'll continue to work, again, to try to drive the cost of transportation down.
Thank you, Mr. Dobar, for your clarification and explanation. But I would hope moving forward, and I say this to you and to Superintendent White, that that we need to work on effective communication. You know, I would not have had the repeated emails sent to have this on the agenda item if I had been apprised of the situation. I do recognize that in February you had the meeting with Durham, and at some point in time, and I'm not here to micromanage, I don't like anybody micromanaging me, but I just think out of professional courtesy, if you inform us, then we will be better able to receive moving forward. So I would ask that we increase and improve our communication, particularly in situations where we have this amount of money to satisfy.
Noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, really, this is from Mr. Dobar. On page 103 of the original packet and page 102 of the substitute, there's 4 contracts for Wagner and Ball Architects, each being roughly $1.1 million. I was wondering why we have all of a sudden 4 different contracts for Wagner and Ball Architect Services, and particularly considering that I thought that we had a list of pre-approved architects and that we randomly
up to
went through
20,
that
yes.
list, and it seems funny that we get 4 straight in a row, and that's just something I don't understand.
Yes, so if you, Lona Edwards Hankins, Recovery School District, I manage all the construction. If you recall, during the master plan, there was a push to serve 100% of the students. We came up with the control design or the prototype, which is essentially the exact same design on multiple sites. By leveraging an architect like Wagner and Ball, we're able to save $1.3 million over the course of those 4 contracts. So we're paying full price for the first one, and then only 70% for the remaining 3 contracts. So this is an effort to save money, to extend and spread the butter for all of our students to be served.
Have y'all heard any pushback from the other architects?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like that.
Any other discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Item 5.1, AG program and budget revisions or progress reports on statewide or block grant programs for FY 2012-2013, the Louisiana Virtual School. I'm sorry, the recommendation is to approve.
Is there, Mr. Lee?
I move approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Ms. Dastu. Any discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Item 5.2, consideration of AG funding cycle activities for FY 12-13, enhancement of Louisiana Instructional Material Center for the blind and visually impaired, the statewide proposal.
Move approval.
Mr. Lee made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Ms. Bradford? Any discussion? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Item 5.3, consideration of HE funding cycle activities for FY 12-13, academic vocational enhancement of BESE special schools, statewide proposal. The recommendation is to approve.
Move approval.
Mr. Bennett? Mr. Lee, will you second it? Yes. Mr. Lee seconded. Any discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Motion passes. Next item.
Item 5.4, consideration of HE funding cycle activities for FY 12-13, academic vocational enhancement of BESE special schools, LSD, statewide proposal. The recommendation is to approve.
Mr. Bennett, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lee, any discussion? Any opposition? Motion passes. Next item.
The next item is 7.1, consideration of the 2012 legislative action plan. The recommendation is to receive.
So moved.
Ms. Dastu, is there a second?
Was that to receive the report?
Yes, to receive.
Oh, second.
Mr. Lee, any discussion? Ms. Beebe, do you?
Yes, I think it was at this point, Catherine, that I am to ask Mr. White to give us an update on the TRSL debt that was incurred through our charter entities. I don't know if you have the opportunity to explore that situation or that concern, Mr. White, but I do know in the past that TRSL, there have been discussions relative to the charters participating in TRSL. I understand that there has been an IRS ruling that those charters who, at their inception, if they choose not to participate in TRSL, that's acceptable. But those who are currently enrolled in TRSL, moving forward, they are responsible for that debt. Because I know firsthand that there is debt owed to TRSL, and certainly these charter entities, I understand they're still in operation. My question to you is, what is your role in ensuring that this debt is paid to TRSL?
We don't have a role in that. If the TRSL or if the charter school is participating as an NELEA is participating with TRSL, that's a contract between those two parties, not having to do with the department. There is a financial review of budgets, and then subsequently, when up for authorizing a review of any charter school to assess whether or not it's in a state of financial health, and we will do that review and make a recommendation to BESE. But there is not an enforcement mechanism for us to enforce the contracts they have with outside organizations, vendors, or otherwise. That's the question. That's a question for TRSL or whoever else.
So, I guess as a follow-up question, we contract, am I correct, or we award the contract to the charter operators. So at the end of the day, and I'm asking the question, at the end of the day, if that debt is not paid and TRSL cannot collect from that charter operator, then I would think at some point it comes back to BESE to...
No, actually the corporation, the nonprofit board that manages the charter school is liable for such debts, not BESE.
So I guess my next question is, those employees of those charter schools, if those contributions are not received by TRSL, then these people have no recourse once it comes time for them to retire for service credit?
It's the same as any organization. I'm not trying to wash our hands of it. I'm just saying literally, it's the same as any organization. If they want recourse through the courts, they can take recourse, they can take action through the courts, but it's not BESE's role to enforce contractual relationships that exist with outside entities. It is BESE's role to approve schools such as charter schools to exist. And if it comes up that a school is not in a good state of financial health, when it comes in front of BESE, BESE may decide not to authorize the school. But it's not BESE's job to enforce other people's contracts.
So you're telling me that moving forward, that we will receive information regarding the financial obligations of those charters?
There's a cycle where charters are extended and then renewed. BESE sees financial as well as academic information in making those decisions, and BESE is empowered to make those calls. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted that assurance that we would not be held liable, so you've answered my question.
Any further discussion relative to receiving this item? Any opposition?
Okay.
Motion carries. Next item.
Item 7.2, consideration of executive session to discuss the annual evaluation of the State Superintendent of Education. The recommendation is to defer.
Move to defer.
Second.
Ms. Dastug made a motion to defer. Mr. Lee seconded. Any discussion, Ms. Beebe?
Well, I did partially address this morning during the ACE committee discussion. Moving forward, I guess I need to ask our president, do we have a mechanism in place whereby we will have a document to evaluate Mr. White in January, or can you just kind of give me an overview?
Ms. Beebe, there is a current evaluation instrument that is a performance-based instrument. I've made it in several forms of communication, but most recently offered that evaluation instrument be provided to any board member that doesn't already have it through BESE staff. So yes, there is an evaluation instrument that currently exists. The reason for my recommendation to defer on this is that it calls for an annual evaluation, and I think everybody understands that the superintendent's only been working for 7 months, and so it was something that was provided in the contract, and it's not a bad thing to have there, but it makes sense and it's logical to evaluate the superintendent on his anniversary. But yes, short answer, there is an instrument in place that is a performance-based instrument.
No, and I acknowledge what you say, that it was 7 months.
Yes.
It's certainly not a good time to evaluate.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
once again, I was provided, and maybe you're not hearing me.
Okay.
It was a report, the white paper, and maybe Catherine can respond. Maybe I have not received the evaluation instrument.
There's actually an instrument, and I'll be happy to make sure staff provides that to
But
you.
it was a white paper where it lays out the process for the evaluation of the superintendent. But that document that I'm making reference to that was provided to me said there's an expiration date of that evaluation process and the instrument.
Okay.
It was January 2012. That's the paperwork I received.
Right.
So I am just merely bringing up for the board's benefit that if we need to get a process in place, this is the time to
Okay.
begin to
I
ensure
agree.
that we're ready.
Absolutely agreed. One of the gifts that the last board left to this new board was some input on where they thought that the instrument could be enhanced and improved. Staff has that, and I think we should probably look at that in light of this new instrument. But the board is entitled to have a very defined process and an instrument that is, that they're satisfied with. So we'll work on that.
Okay, and I just one more as a follow-up, one more comment. The paper that I reviewed, or the document, I'm just curious as how we will address the value-added component that Mr. White is held to as administrators and educators. So I just want to make sure.
Okay.
that we have that addressed.
Yes, ma'am, and that does need to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on the motion to defer?
Well, I just have a question. I guess once we get the instrument in place, I don't know if there's going to be a committee to assist.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Once we get the instrument in place, I don't know if there's going to be a committee to come up with superintendent wide evaluation, but can we have the privilege to see it? And not only that, to make sure that we have input.
Every board member has a right, and Ms. Posniak can provide that to you.
Okay.
And every board member completes an individual evaluation. It's not done by any group of members. Every member does it.
Okay, because just listening to Ms. Beebe, the evaluation too that was sent to us is going to be revised. Am I correct?
It may.
Okay, due to the fact that we missed the expiration date, and we have to make sure that we add the value added component to superintendent-wide evaluation. So that's why I asked the question.
Okay, thank you.
One final question.
I'm not sure, yes.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes, I'm referring to the chair, Ms. Astor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were questioning me.
Okay.
So.
Why was it added to the Administration and Finance Committee?
You're asking me that? Ms. Posniak, can you comment on that?
Yes, this is a standing item on the Admin and Finance Committee in terms of internal business of the board, and it is part of the business of the board to evaluate the superintendent each year.
Mr. Chairman, I think.
Yeah, and it is
Mr. Chairman, it's for, if I may talk, because.
Line of educator effectiveness.
No, and when I may speak to it, when the committees were revised in a lengthy process the board went through last year, there was a decision made to have less committees, and so some areas of work were combined, and it was determined that the board admin and finance, that work would be done under this one committee. So it is the work of the finance chairs and the work of the board, admin, and, I perceive that as the officers' work, because that's how it was done previously. So that's why I tend to answer for that.
We welcome your input into the process, Ms.
Yeah.
Beebe.
Okay. So, Mr. Guillot, I guess you can answer this question. So currently, there is no tool as far as.
There is a tool. Would you like to be provided with the tool?
No, well, you just said that since it lapsed in the expiration date, that we have to add the value added model to it. So if we're going to add something to the new evaluation, there is no tool, because what we have now is null and void, because we have to add to make sure that the superintendent evaluation is. Well, so I guess that's my question. Can anyone answer that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call a question on this item.
I think we're revising the tool as opposed to starting
Chairman,
fresh.
The question's been
Does that
called.
help?
Okay.
So we will make those improvements and add those adjustments to the tool that we have, is the step that we'll take first, and then we'll go from there if there needs to be more.
The question's been called.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bradford. Any opposition to the motion on the floor to defer? Motion passes. We're adjourned.
Okay, this is on the here. Hey, a little tired. Those are awful questions down there. Don't ask me that question. I didn't tell you my husband almost died. Wet caretaker last year. I went to 6 years. So I sort of like recovered from that.
Yes.
Went to Florida. We had like a few days. And then Friday night, our last evening of our
Shoot, I have a question.
Like just having this great question, the other calls that hysterical. He thinks that something's wrong with him.
When is the next non-public school?
No, by Sunday he was going to call back on, but you don't get to do that.
Probably,
Not a good place. So don't call.
okay, so it's going to be next month.
Yeah, don't call me today.
Okay. Okay, just let me know, because I'm going to participate. And then,
That is you.
disrespect this year.
Yeah,
Ms.
those are the
Hoover,
easy
in favor
days.
of that? We were to have our committee meetings, our board meetings.
This is, I'm going to slow down.
Yeah. We're not having to spend the night.